Kenyans continue to ask tough questions with regards to the change of protocol and traditions during the Madaraka Day celebrations at the newly refurbished Uhuru Gardens National Monument and Museum. As has been the tradition, the Deputy President normally takes over from the MC, introduces government officials and other dignitaries before finally inviting the President to give his remarks. Yesterday, there was glaring departure from the norm as the President took over from the Master of Ceremony and proceeded with his speech without even recognizing his deputy who was sitting there. This perhaps goes to show the differences between the two leaders who back in 2013 were buddies, who wore similar color ties and showed bromance whenever they emerged together to address the nation and form the government. This also becomes the first time that such has been witnessed.
This brings us to the end of state investitures today. I thank you, Your Excellency, sir.
Asante sana. Your Excellency Julius Maada Bio, President of the Republic of Sierra Leone, Honorable Speakers, Your Ladyship, the Chief Justice on Martha Koome, all national leaders and leaders from across our entire spectrum, members of the diplomatic corps, fellow Kenyans, ladies and gentlemen.
The differences between the two leaders also played out at State House when the Deputy President was conspicuously absent at State House, where the head of state had a brief session with his cabinet secretaries. Ruto spokesperson Emmanuel Talam said that the DP had not been invited. This as the Kenya Kwanza leaders have accused the head of state of breach of protocols they say was unnecessary. Led by Ford Kenya leader Moses Wetangula, the leaders accused the president of going against traditions, further accusing the head of state of not being in touch with the reality on the ground with regards to issues affecting Kenyans.
It is amazing, Mr. President, that your guest, the President of Sierra Leone, could acknowledge the presence of your Deputy President, but you yourself couldn't. Mr. President, I also listened to you very carefully. I can only conclude that you definitely don't live in Kenya, because all the things you said are not the things that Kenyans know, are not the things that Kenyans approve of. You are engaged in a monologue of self-aggrandizement that does not make any sense.
However, in an interview with KTN News, Kiambu MP Eugene Jomo said there was no problem with the president's actions and that there was no harm in departing from the monotony.
It doesn't mean that because things are done in a certain way all the time, they have to. If I feel that I want to change the way I sit in my house, I change. He's the president of this country. He can change the order of his ceremony. That was his ceremony. And let me tell you, that was the last speech he was making in a national day. So he can make it in the best way he knows how. He has the mandate.
The Madaraka Day celebrations yesterday was the last in President Uhuru Kenyatta's administrations, and with that, he took advantage of the same to elaborate the achievements his government has had over the past 9 years. Among the achievements he stated was the infrastructure development, especially road construction, stating that his administration has managed to more than double the number of kilometers of roads constructed since independence.
The third Kenyan administration built 2,000 kilometers of tarmac road. We accelerated this achievement by building over 11,000 kilometers, which is close to 6 times what they built. In fact, truth be said, we have built more roads in 9 years than what all previous administrations combined, including the British, built in 123 years. Wapende wasipende, hiyo ndio ukweli wa mambo.
He added that during his administration, Kenya's economy improved from position 12 to 6th position.
We have tripled the wealth of our nation from a GDP of 4.5 trillion in 2013 to close to 13 trillion today. As a mark of this remarkable growth, our tax revenues have doubled from Kenya shillings 800 billion in the financial year 2012-2013 to Kenya shillings 1.6 trillion as at April 2022.
Now, President Uhuru Kenyatta is in Sweden for the 50th International Conference on the Environment in Stockholm. The president, who left the country last night, will preside over the two-day summit in collaboration with the Swedish Prime Minister Magdalena Andersson. Kenya's ambassador to the country, Diana Kiambuthi, said Kenya has been given the opportunity as it is one of the leading nations in its efforts to improve the environment. The conference will also mark the 50th anniversary of the first meeting in 1972 to discuss environmental issues. This is Newswire. I'm Dennis Assetto. Good morning.
You know, when you see someone being jailed, a governor or two or someone who stole, then people will fear. Because our problem is not the borrowing, it's the stealing.
We've become actually a nation of thieves. The only thing we lack is an opportunity to steal.
The guys who quote the Bible and say I'm a Christian and all that, and you know they're thieves. Return what you have stolen 4 times. If you know that you have property or anything that you have stolen, just return and say, my God does not allow me to hold stolen things.
We are also a reflection of you, because you elect us. You know, we don't get into our office by ourselves. We are a reflection of the people who elect us.
We don't want to go to the streets. We have a constitution that enables us, assert our will.
When the legislators are now being taken as hostage by the executive for whatever reason, we are now bound by what they want us to do.
This is just outside the realms of reality. We have impunity written into the DNA of our political class.
How old were you when you learned that Judicial is Jeshi na Okoh?
I can't say it very well.
And everyone knows. Okay.
This is the Situation Room, the only way to start your day.
All right, Thursday morning, and what are we looking at? Most of the streets are empty at this point in time. Getting into the city should not be too much of a difficulty. Seeing a little bit of a build-up on Jogo Road heading out into the city. Landis Road looks pretty good, as it does around the Kamkunji roundabout, then going towards the city. Coming off the thicker superhighway, likely to see more action today. Kids going back to school in some areas, but it's not too bad right now. Just past the Survey and then towards the Utali Drift is where you'll see the most action right now. On Muranga Road, then going out into the city, is also where we'll see some traffic coming out of Westlands. That looks pretty good, and we're also seeing a little bit of traffic here and there on the Eastern Bypass. It should not be too much of a problem, at least for now. Let's take a look about half hour, see what it looks like Thursday. Getting towards the tail end of the week, likely we'll see a pickup of traffic. And then let's talk on SpiceFM KE on Twitter. Text 40127. Let's try keep things moving this Thursday.
SpiceFM, Nakuru. This is the Situation Room, the home of hard-hitting political commentary and penetrating insights about the state of the nation. This is a talk radio experience like no other. The Situation Room, a place for hard truths, debates, and elevated conversations. The Situation Room, witty, political, engaging, deep, controversial. In the room, we have C.T. Muga, researcher, academic, seasoned political observer, a fountain of wisdom in these politically uncertain times. Ndu Okoh, Nigerian by birth, Kenyan by choice, communications expert, Pan-Africanist, a truth seeker and believer in people power, and Eric Latiff, agent provocateur, the man in the chair, seasoned journalist, news hound, a man who believes in punching up, not down.
Okay.
This is the Situation Room.
It is another day. Just like that. 9 minutes after 6 on the second day of March 2022. Welcome to Kenya's biggest conversation. Ndu?
Yes.
I think City dancing to a blank screen.
City's got a beat in his head. City's singing his own song.
Uh-huh.
Wow, he's at the bridge now.
And I'm looking at the way you're bopping that head. It's a high tempo beat. This is not those ones of a tinge. No, this is the first one.
Those ones of what?
It's a first one. This is.
I beg.
How are you doing, City?
Very well, thank you, sir.
Uko salama kabisa?
Nashukuru niko mzima kabisa. Yes.
Very good.
Na tuko Nairobi City. Yes.
City ako Nairobi City.
Kabisa. Muji mkuu.
Yes.
Muji what?
Mkuu. Main
City.
Mkuu.
You're the main guy. City.
Yes. And you, Ndu? How was your Madaraka Day?
It was all right.
What did you do?
Not much.
That's good.
I chill chow.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Did you self-rule?
I always do, man. My rules, my republic.
All right.
How are you? How was your day?
Mine was good as well. Yeah.
Happy to see ya.
Yeah.
I have a question.
Ask.
How do you say the butterfly flies in Swahili?
Kipepeo kinapepea.
Kipepeo inapepea. Kipepeo kinapepea.
Yeah.
Kipepeo kinapepea.
Kipepeo. Kipepeo. Wow.
There's a song even. Okay, so now.
Yeah.
So when you say.
So what do you want to know? To prepare like a kipepeo.
See, wait.
Okay.
So when you say kipepeo kinapepea, if you're going to translate it, then you're essentially saying the butterfly is flying. Right?
Well, yeah.
The butterfly is flying. Kipepeo inapepea. Okay, I'm just making sure. Thank you.
And which particular kipepeo did you have in mind?
The one of the blue variety.
What are you thinking of?
The butterfly. Kipepeo kinapepea. Kipepeo kinapepea. Kinapepea.
Okay. Whoever is the recipient of that message has received it.
Lyrics zimekuweko. Tune pia
imefuata. Audience wamesikia.
Yes.
Welcome to Kenya's biggest conversation. Thank you very much for tuning in this morning. The day after the president delivered his what's expected to be his final national address yesterday at Uhuru Gardens, we will be looking at what he said and what his government has done in the last 9 years. That was the entirety of his speech. Since the first time that you gave me the mandate to be your president, this is what I've led the government to do. Andrew Okoh is the head of the president's delivery unit. He will be joining us at 8 a.m. today to take stock of the 9 years of Uhuru's presidency. Of course, we'll be now looking at what the president has said, what we have seen, and trying to understand. So, okay, has the president delivered or has the president not delivered? That will be the conversation. Keep it here for that conversation at 8 a.m. with Andrew Okoh, the head of the President's Delivery Unit from State House. He'll be telling us all about that. At 7 o'clock, we have a candidate for Nyeri Senator Kabando. He's a former member of Parliament. He is now gunning for the seat of Senate in Nyeri. He will be here to talk about the Martha Karua effect on the battle for the mountain. Yeah, so since Martha Karua was named by Raila Odinga as running mate, is that changing anything up there on the mountain? Yeah, there are people who say, yeah. Now that one has created some heavy shifts. Others are saying, we don't see exactly what. But Kabando will be here. He'll tell us. We'll interrogate this with him. Kabando, Wakabando, 7 a.m. Andrew Okoh, 8 a.m. 9 a.m. We'll open it up for you. Let's hear, do you think that the president has actually done enough to set a good legacy? Let's look at COVID.
All right, let's take a look at what's happening with 533,538,507 cases of COVID now recorded around the world. Again, it's possible that this number is higher than what we actually see. 500 million people then having been infected with COVID-19. In Kenya, 94 new cases from a sample size of 2,590 gives a positivity rate of 3.6%. 0 recoveries, 0 recorded deaths as of yesterday. The insistence is still strong on folks then being a little bit more careful, while on the other side of the pond, the conversations are we getting towards the end of COVID? And again, from other quarters, it's, the likelihood of COVID ending anytime soon, probably not yet, not in the horizon as yet, and folks are still being asked to be careful. In a place where North Korea, things are actually looking pretty dire. The World Health Organization says COVID in North Korea is likely getting worse and not better. Then my screen has nothing. Okay, so the World Health Organization has casted doubt on North Korea's claims of progress in the fight against COVID-19 and that outbreak, and believes the situation is worse, not better, amid an absence of independent data. So whereas previously we saw this open communication and sharing of data coming out of Pyongyang, now we don't see that. Now they're not talking about it anymore. And remember, we were asking the question, why are they being so forthright with all this information and saying that health systems are not as strong as they would like it to be? And then 3 weeks later, there's a shutdown and nobody's talking about anything. State media said the wave has abated. The daily numbers of people with fever topped 390,000 just 2 weeks ago. But right now they're saying, you know what, we're all right. They've never really directly confirmed how many people tested positive, but they're saying underreporting released through government-controlled media, and that is making it difficult to assess the scale of infection. World Health Organization Emergency Chief Michael Ryan said yesterday that they assume the situation is getting worse and not better. They said they have real issues in getting access to raw data to the actual situation on ground. So that's what's going on there. They're not quite sure. Is it getting better? Is it getting worse? North Korea is not talking at this point. All right. That's what we're looking at with COVID, and the calls still remain that let's just be a little bit more careful as the seasons change. It's touted that this would be one of the coldest years over the last, decade, and it's likely that we'll have a spread of flu-like symptoms around.
8:17 minutes after 6. We are live streaming the show, SpiceFM KE on Facebook and YouTube, and we are, of course, looking at everybody who's awake and saying hello to us. We will be doing our usual roll call after we take a look at the weather forecast shortly.
This is the Situation Room, the only way to start your day. SpiceFM.
It's getting hot in here.
Oh, everybody steals. It's better a thief who brings something small back. And I say to myself, there's no better thief. A thief is a thief, period.
All those bribes, how much they're getting per year, how much inconvenience they're causing. As much as you call it a small case, it's worth it to be convicted.
The truth is, we are a tribal nation. Because if we were not tribal, and I want to go back to this, you cannot continue walking around with a mug which is clean outside and it's rotten inside.
We have become a fuliza country. We have mortgaged our country because of debt.
You've got one chef working and the assistant chef wakati anatakana koroge unga nini hayuko.
This is the Situation Room.
It's a drizzle in Nairobi this morning at 16. We'll see highs of 24 and lows of 13. And it's clear at 14 in Nakuru. Highs of 24 and lows of 13. Rain showers in Nyeri at 15. 22 will be the high and lows of 14. Coming into Thursday, partly cloudy conditions in Eldoret. Highs of 25 and lows of 11. It's raining in Mombasa, 25. Highs of 28 today. And we'll see highs of 29 in Malindi, where the rain is coming down heavy as well. Currently at 26. 18 degrees and Kisumu is clear. Highs of 28. And we'll see highs of 27 in Kakamega. where it's currently clear at 17. It'll come down to lows of 15. Mostly clear conditions at 21 in Kampala. We'll see highs of 26 and lows of 18. And Dar es Salaam is cloudy at 23, highs of 30, back down to lows of 23. Still a chilly morning in Johannesburg at 17, highs of 18 and lows of 4. And it's mostly clear in Lagos for now at 26, highs of 32. 31 will be the high in a clear Kinshasa, currently at 23. Looking at sunny conditions going into Thursday afternoon in Beijing at 31. It'll come to highs of 36 today. Coming well into monsoon season. 10 degrees and clear in Paris, highs of 25 and lows of 10. We'll see highs of 20 in London, where it's currently 11 degrees. And it's 16 degrees and a rainy night Wednesday in New York, highs of 22 and lows of 16.
Mature, intelligent talk every morning. Spice up yourself. Mornings done right. 94.4 Spice FM,
Yes,
Nairobi.
Yes. 20 minutes after 6.
Paul Omariba says, good morning. He's tuning from Bamburi. And he says, indeed, kipepeo kinapepea. He did.
Got the message as well. Hello.
Jemo West says, good morning. Tuned in from Outer Kitale in Birunda specifically. That's where it really is. Good morning. I wish every one of you a good day. Amimo to you too. Good morning. Kiamo Tugu and Nanyuki Mox says good morning as well. Junior from Timboroa. That place where the weather must be wonderful at this time. Esther Fati Rastagai says good morning as well. Amos Freeman is tuning from Kimilili. And Berin Ogema says, I missed you yesterday. Well, where were you, Berin? We were here. Sky says good morning as well. Tuning from Mombasa, that's where Robert Bogo is. And Burton Gatia says, Kipepeo anapepea ngeli ya awa. What are those? I don't understand it. Kipepea anahuhai. Sheesh. I'm just on the butterfly, man. Mwange Jaroge says, good morning. A cold one from County 001. Mulenga says, happy birthday. Happy birthday. Habari Asubuhi is actually what he said. Sheesh. And the next person said, happy Thursday. No.
You go Kipepeos.
Evans is tuned in from Dadaab in Garissa County. And Odero's tuning from the Great Wall of Kino, tuning from Camp Tutsi. Everybody's online this morning. Lois Kodwal says, good morning, team. Situation room, post Madaraka Day from the outskirts of Wayakiwe. Okay. Yesterday, protocol was not observed. Truly, the gloves have been removed.
What was the protocol?
What happened? Good morning to the number one radio station from Ahero, Lilian Denge. Good morning to you. And Bamburi is represented. We see all of you. Chris Amolo, good morning from Kisumu, Abdi Kadir, Abdallah, Andrew Franklin, everybody. Good morning.
Good morning. City. Are we still in Ungunja?
We're in Zanzibar. I'm not going to twist my tongue around that.
Not today?
No. Yesterday was. Hey. Unguja.
Yes.
Got it. It's the last proverb from Zanzibar. The bigger the pot, the more rice will stick to it.
Pot?
P-O-T, pot.
Oh, got it.
The vessel for cooking.
Not the other one.
The bigger the pot, the more rice will stick
to it. The more rice will stick to it. Pot here doesn't refer to anything that has smoke in it. This is vessel.
Thank you.
Yes.
Kipepeo.
Kipepeo.
What? Hey.
Wala haula. Makubwa haya.
Sawa.
I don't have anything to say.
Clearly not. Clearly not. You and Kipepeo up there.
Us with the rice bowl
down here. Stuck. The bigger the pot, the more the rice will stick to it.
Yes.
Okay, let's look at newspaper headlines. www.standardmedia.co.ke. Are you a member of this online community? Please join us. And you just log on to www.standardmedia.co.ke, register, And you'll be accessing all this premium content from the Standard newspaper. Ndu.
Voters seek to block the electoral body from listing presidential aspirants. So somebody's a little bit pissed off this morning. Actually, maybe from yesterday, a couple of days before. All right? A group of registered voters has gone to court to block the IEBC from gazetting the list of presidential candidates on claims that the process is marred by irregularity. The 30 petitioners have challenged the process of verifying 2,000 signatures from 24 counties submitted by presidential candidates in the absence of a final voters register. Remember, we saw yesterday that the IEBC admitted to the illegal transfer of some names from the register, right? So they said that they were in the process of sorting this particular anomaly out. Now, these fellas have said, you therefore cannot list your presidential candidates if your voter register upon which this requirement is hinged on, this requirement of bringing 2,000 voters, etc., if that requirement is hinged on that register and you have told us that this register essentially is flawed, then do not list their names.
And it's old and it has not been updated.
Yeah,
and
follow me so
has
far?
not been gazetted.
Yeah, so do not gazette.
Right.
Because the foundation of this entire process is shaky at best.
Yes.
The petitioners who listed the Attorney General and the IEBC as the first and second respondents, respectively, said verification of presidential aspirant supporter signatures was a nullity since the Commission did not maintain all registers or a database of signatures to carry out the purported verification of signatures. So you were verifying these people on what? What were you using as your database upon which to verify these 24,000 names or 2,000 names that then came to you? How did you do it? Because your base is flawed. So how then can you say some people got on and some people did not?
Eric, don't you get the impression that Ndu was there when they were discussing this particular issue?
Follow me so far?
Yes. They said, tuko pamoja.
We
are together.
Very good. The petitioners argue that the Commission, in arriving at 18 shortlisted candidates for the presidential race, is null and void because the official register had not been gazetted. IEBC Chairman Wafula Chebukati has said the voters' register was undergoing an audit by KPMG and would be gazetted on the 9th of June. So, you know. The affidavit reads, the current exercise of the verification of supporters of all presidential candidates being carried out by the second respondent is based on the illegal, inaccurate and unverifiable register, and the subsequent nominations of a president is a total nullity. In the court papers, the petitioners said there is imminent danger that the current exercise is likely to throw the country into electoral chaos unless the orders sought are granted at the earliest possible time. Chebukati had issued guidelines that presidential aspirants will be cleared for election between May 29th and June 7th, but since the exercise started, only one presidential candidate, Walter Nyambane of Umoja Summit Party, has been given the go-ahead. Deputy President William Ruto and Wiper leader Kalonzo Musyoka are slated to meet the IEBC team Saturday for clearance. Azimio La Umoja One Kenya Alliance presidential candidate Raila Odinga will seek clearance on Sunday, the last day of the exercise. Other aspirants, including singer Ruben Kagame, Justice Juma, Professor George Wajakoya, and Peter Kingori, have not been cleared over lack of enough signatures and have been given until Sunday to comply.
So the issue here is process.
Yes.
It's a tough one, though, because even in their own calendar, the time for verification of
the voter registration,
the voter register, ends sometime mid-June. But you need to have declared candidates
before then.
Mm-hmm.
So what are we talking about then? I mean,
it's sticky.
Because there's an issue here. I can see where you're coming from. I mean, where they're coming from, rather, the petitioners. You are receiving these signatures and copies of IDs of people who are purported to be voters in certain constituencies or counties. For them to come from the 24 counties, you have to make sure that you are checking the register and saying, yes, this is Eric Latiff. He is a voter in Machakos. And you've included him in the Machakos roll. Now, if you have not updated that register,
upon what are you verifying?
Wow.
Do you see now?
Jesus.
Yes. And you have, in the last couple of days, said that yes, the process on this same register has been flawed in some part, right? You have opened your mouth and said, yes, in fact, we haven't gazetted because...
one of the reasons why we are verifying is, we identify... that issue, by the way, I didn't even raise a red flag for me. There was a registration exercise going on. There was a transfer of voter going on. There will be one or two issues that will emerge in a casual look. Now, that's why you're bringing in a big company like, is it KPMG or PwC who've been given the job?
It's KPMG.
Yeah, of doing the proper audit of the register. That's the job that they do. It's fine. If there are issues, they'll identify those issues.
You know, much as it is true that everything you're saying is true, are we throwing the baby with the bathwater here?
Sounds like it. Plus the basin.
Yes. Because the register has been in existence. When we have new voters, we are updating it. Okay?
Yeah.
IBC have themselves told us the exercise is not complete. So you see, self-declaration, it is not until we guess, they told us. They again told us we're having some problems. We seem to have been hacked, blah, blah, blah. Again, they told us. Okay? We didn't need to guess. Now, are we therefore saying that there is nothing in that register that you can rely on?
We cannot be saying that because there exists a register.
Yes, it has always existed. The discussion, if you ask me, seems to be about the veracity of what we are calling the updating of it with this new. But what I also find strange is registration is manual up to the point where you actually go physically. But you register and the information goes into a data system, does it not? It's
captured electronically into a data system.
I would hope that these systems update immediately. Unless I'm being told again that it's not quite the story, there's something else to it.
Yeah, the expectation would be that, it updates immediately. And
Yes.
that's why they're telling you right now, we have opened the system, just send your ID, hashtag year of birth to 70000. 4 zeros.
70,000.
7 and 4 zeros.
20,000.
Send that because the information is in the register. So just confirm that this is what you gave us. Okay. Now, the reason KPMG is here is to check. Have we? Can this be verified totally? Are there people who may have died and their death has been registered by the other agencies that are supposed to, and then they have been removed from the register? Have we updated this? Because, see, once you're registered, it goes automatically. But once you die, it doesn't go automatically. It doesn't get out of the register automatically.
No, it doesn't.
So, all that process. It will be a good one. Like you keep saying, when these matters go to court,
we, the citizenry, have an opportunity to understand the vagaries of the law even better.
Yes. 27 to 7. Let's see how the roads are. Yesterday, Ndu just kept saying, oh, roads are clear. Oh, roads are clear. Oh, Madam Butterfly. How are they today? Tell us.
How are the roads? Oh.
Hey, it's getting hot in here. The media has greatly contributed to the moral rot that we experience in this country.
I remember a senior politician telling me, point blank, nobody steals in the field, it's stolen in the granary. So my friend, if you're going to win an election, jipange kwa granary.
I think we are suffering from Stockholm syndrome. Our violator and abuser is also our redeemer in our mind.
The whole political class, the whole political institution is rotten. It is based on ideals that cannot progress our country forward.
This is the Situation Room the only way to start your day.
Okay, just a little bit here and there. It's just crazy. We're seeing a build-up on Jogo Road getting out into the city, actually from the station all the way through to the junction of the City Stadium roundabout. Langat Road is also building up. We're likely to see that build up here and there. Very, very different from yesterday. The Thika Superhighway, boom, traffic all the way past the Utali Drift now. And it's inbound, really, really heavy. It's also building up on Kiambu Road, coming through towards Muthaiga Square, and we're likely to see a build-up of traffic there as you go towards Muranga Road. That's already building up quite something this morning. Coming out of Westlands, not too bad, but we'll see Waiyaki Way build up going towards 7 o'clock. And we'll probably see a very, very different traffic situation from what we saw yesterday. All right, guys, seatbelts on. Let's see what Thursday has in store. Let us know what's going on where you are. Are you stuck somewhere? You find a good route to use this morning? Do share. SpiceFM KE on Twitter. Text 40127. Let's try as much as possible to keep things moving. Hold on. Juja Road near MAB. Don't know what's going on here, but there's massive traffic there this morning. Give us a shout, will you?
Spice FM, Malindi. Mature, intelligent talk every morning. Spice up yourself. Mornings
from the corridors
done
of
right.
justice.
94.
There are two cases, and these revolve around inheritance. One case is in Nakuru County, the other one is in Uasin Gishu County. Let's start with the one in Uasin Gishu County, all right?
Mhm.
The High Court in Eldoret has dismissed an application filed by two brothers against their grandfather over 100 million shillings in property that they alleged was left by their father. Justice Ruben Nyakundi stated in his judgment that there was no estate left by the deceased Samuel Wakaimba that his sons could inherit or be listed as administrators. The brothers, Kevin and Ivan, had sued their 87-year-old grandfather, David Burrow, in 2019, arguing that he had excluded them from the administration of their late father's estate. They were asking the court to compel their grandfather to share part of their father's estate so that they could use part of the wealth to complete their tertiary studies. These two brothers were saying that they have been going to school and now they've dropped out of school. One of them, Kevin, dropped out of a degree course that he was pursuing in South Africa because he has no money to pay school fees. However, their grandfather says, you know what, I've spent over 5 million shillings paying for school fees for my son's children. I have been paying their school fees. Now, they are coming to claim property that they say, before their father died, he owned this property. And then when their father died, their mother was kicked out of their home, and their mother, Rose Tiren, testified that she had been forced to move back to her parents' home after Wakaimba's death because she had no place to live. But Tiren did not have any documents proving that the property in dispute was owned by her late husband. So the court says everything that has been produced here shows that these properties are actually owned by the 87-year-old grandfather, David Burrow. And the court therefore said, this thing of saying that your grandfather has taken your late father's property and he needs to give it back to you doesn't apply. That does not apply. It's not your father's property. It's his. Mr. David Burrow is a renowned businessman in Eldoret town. He is a butter shoe company distributor in the town. One case. Second case is in Nakuru County. A son to the late Faya Mario wants the Nakuru High Court to stop his stepsister from getting a share of their father's property, which is estimated to be worth 900 million shillings. Mickey Nganga claims that Sheila Wangari has no stake in his father's estate because Amario did not treat Wangari as his daughter. He claims Wangari had attained the age of majority when Amario married her mother, Monica Wanjiru. Wangari is not a biological child of my father, and she has no right to inherit the estate. Nganga, the son, claims the family recorded a consent that excluded Wangari from the list of beneficiaries, and he wants Justice Teresia Matheka to stop Wangari from reviving the issue of being a beneficiary because that matter was settled, that ship sailed, it is in the Bahamas. My stepsister's application is an attempt to further delay a case that is almost being concluded. He made the revelation in a reply to an application by Wangari to be included as a beneficiary. She has sued Nganga and his siblings, Sheena Houston and Marsha D. She is protesting a grant of letter of administration dated 2012, issued to the three after their father died interstate in 2010, aged 56. Basically, he's saying, when my father was marrying your mother, you were an adult. You have no.
You had lived a significant part of your life.
You
already.
have no. You were not his child.
You were not his child.
You were not brought up by him. By the time he was coming into your life, you are an adult.
So you cannot claim.
Can't claim.
Interesting.
What?
Very.
Siti. Story gani unaangalia?
You know, there's a story. In fact, I remember it's you who alerted me to this. Something that happened not here. Tulsa, Oklahoma.
Did you say Tulsa?
It's written Tulsa, but I'm sure it's not pronounced Tulsa.
Yeah.
Tulsa, Oklahoma, United States of America.
Yes, USA. US of A.
Yes.
At least 4 people dead, multiple people injured in shooting. This is what caught my attention. Yet another shooting. And this is in a medical building. Okay? But then it took my mind back to something about Oklahoma. You know, interesting things have happened in Oklahoma. But this particular incident, it is being reported on the 2nd of June. Now, 101 years ago, 1921, between May 31st and June the 1st, something terrible happened in Oklahoma City. Tulsa, to be precise. There was a neighborhood called Greenwood. It was a predominantly black neighborhood. Very prosperous, extremely prosperous. And it is perhaps the second, in my view, recorded act of terrorism that these fair states of United were actually witnessing. The white citizens of this particular town marched on to this city and literally razed that neighborhood to the ground. It was a black neighborhood. Destroyed businesses, destroyed houses, torched them. And what is worse is that the police deputized citizens to go and do this. The target were the black people. The prosperity was a little too much for many people in that community to bear. You fast forward it to 1995. There was a federal building that was bombed. An act of terrorism. Call it domestic terrorism. But you know why I mention it, not as the first or second, but second and third, is if I look back at the history of this country and we look at the definition of terrorism, the first acts of terrorism were actually perpetrated against the Native Americans.
Yep.
They were just going about their business. And people came in, some were welcomed, some simply took whatever they wanted by force. So I'm looking at a history of a country whose very prosperity, if you look at it, was a good deal of it was built on the back of people who were disenfranchised. Now we have a situation where every other day something horrible happens. Every other day something happens.
Some funny shootings. In fact, about three different incidences were taking place at the same time.
Yes.
That one in Tulsa, Oklahoma, Walmart, Pittston, Pennsylvania, and a high school in Los Angeles, California. Active shooter, those three different places at the same time. Coming so soon after the other day's shooting where kids were shot.
With the 19-year-old. You see, I am looking at how it is that certain things that happen at a certain time, this is my thinking, you never really understand what it is that you're setting in motion. Yes, you have a law, you have the First Amendment, you have all these Bill of Rights and Freedoms, and they are wonderful things. But I think these things are put in place because the writers and the originators understand human nature well. And human nature, if not curbed, is a horrible thing.
Terrible.
And they're there to ensure. Now, I'm bringing this back to our country. Yesterday, we were celebrating self-rule, Madaraka, okay? And I'm thinking to myself, how many Kenyans actually feel that this self-rule is actually a good thing and that they have benefited immensely from it right now as we speak? Given the many, many, many problems that we have now, when you are encumbered with so many problems, my friend, you are actually being terrorized. You fear every waking day.
However, I think it's also context. By the time some youngings, teenagers, and millennials were shouting at Moses in the middle of the hot Sinai desert and saying, we better go back to Egypt, some of them had no clue what they had left behind.
No.
Some of them had left when they were kids.
40 years, some people were born in the desert.
Yeah. So they're saying, let's go back there. I mean, the stories that we hear, I mean, there was plenty of food. There was food, at least. Here we're in the desert, we are not eating.
That wasn't the complaint.
We have no water.
This food was monotonous.
Yeah.
That was their complaint.
It's just there's no variety. There we had pumpkins, watermelons,
cucumbers.
You know, it's the same thing that maybe, I'm just responding to the question that you asked. There are people who may look back and ask, what is this freedom thing? And then there are those who know that difference between living under the yoke of colonialism and living in freedom.
True.
And so the context of freedom would be different.
I would venture to say that I would rather be having a hard time and suffering when I know it is my country and there's something that I can actually do to change it because I'm a citizen of that country. And even if I think the opportunity doesn't exist now, it doesn't mean it will not exist tomorrow. Yes. And the reason is why? Because I am a citizen of a free and independent country.
You have rights.
I have rights.
Yep. And
even as those rights are played out, over 12 million Kenyans at the risk of starvation, according to the National Cereals and Produce Board. It has depleted the maize stock in its stores. The agency has sold all its grain to millers due to increased demand, including the 300,000 bags it purchased last season on a commercial basis. According to Managing Director Joseph Kimote, he said, "We have sold everything we had. The current shortage has to be handled at a high government policy level." He dismissed favoritism claims by some millers in the allocation of grains, noting that there was transparency in the process. The board earned profits from the sales and the process has been closed. The country produces 3.2 million metric tons of maize annually against a demand of 3.8 million metric tons. NCPB sought 10.3 billion shillings in the last financial year for emergency food stocks. It, however, faced stiff competition from millers and traders who offered better prices and prompt payments. The agency was to purchase 3 million bags of maize at 7.56 billion shillings and 50,000 bags of beans at 405 million shillings to stock the National Food Reserve. An early report by the NCPB chairman, Mutea Irongo, claimed that the agency was also to buy 30,000 bags of green grams at 170 million and 30,000 bags of powdered milk at 340 million. Millers have decried the acute shortage of maize and wheat, saying the situation could result in a food crisis. They want the government to remove barriers on cross-border trade to facilitate unrestricted flow of the grains into the country. They've said consumers are already struggling with the rising prices of commodities. Implementation of these recommendations will be crucial in mitigating rising costs of wheat and maize should the situation persist. In a message to the Ministry of Agriculture, that's when that came out. They petitioned the government to negotiate with Zambian and Tanzanian authorities to facilitate the importation of 6 million bags of maize to meet the current shortage and lower flour prices that have hit 165 shillings, up from 130 per 2 kilogram packet. And they said it is critical that the government supports logistics and transport for the importation of this. It's because of the high cost of transporting produce from neighboring countries, which ultimately drives up the price of finished product. So there are two things going on here. One, there's a shortage. The barns are empty. Number two, even if they were to bring in as millers or as the board, it is too expensive. So they're asking the government.
So what do they want the government to do?
Facilitate
This is not
logistics
true.
and transportation.
What they're saying is not true.
Which one exactly?
They want the government to facilitate them, to help them buy maize because it is too expensive.
It's too expensive to transport it.
To transport it.
So what are the costs here? Is it that we are talking about fees paid at the border? Are there tariffs?
So
are they asking for a waiver of tariff, or are they asking for what do they want? The government to provide trucks? I don't get it.
Yeah, they're not very clear on exactly what they want the government to do, but they've said support transport and logistics for the importation of maize, because paying for this transport to come, transporting produce from these neighboring countries is very high in terms of cost, and that is what ultimately drives up the price of the finished product.
You know, I still don't understand what they're talking about. Because we've been importing maize from Tanzania for the longest time, even during this period that is under discussion. The thing that has happened in the last year or so is our importation of maize from Tanzania has kept increasing. But the thing that I also find puzzling, our consumption rate is known. It's not something that we guess. The data is there. How do we get to a point where we are now being told the barns are empty? And no remedial action had been taken before.
They only have about 1 to 2 weeks supply
No.
of
This
food.
this narrative of this is expensive, the government should come in, is the sort of narrative that opens the door for what they're already doing. There's maize that they've already targeted. It's coming from wherever it is, it's coming from. All they're doing is creating a scenario and a scene that will make us believe that all this importation, which they are behind, is necessary.
So you're saying that there is enough food in the country?
I am saying that this thing has been engineered.
The shortage?
Yes. You cannot tell me staple food of a country, it's what we eat every single day. And then suddenly you're telling us that we only have 2 weeks supply. No.
But remember, if you remember a couple of months back, there was a story of maize coming from Tanzania having been blocked.
Yes.
The allegation here is that it had aflatoxin.
That's what they said.
And we're talking about thousands of tons of maize. So if you just use that and know, then apply everything else that you know about Kenya. It could tell you that since then, even if restrictions were lifted, that there are some bottlenecks that were left. All right? So it's just bureaucratic bottlenecks that would then hamper smooth flow of the maize from where it's being grown to where it's needed in the market. And maybe that's what they're calling logistical challenges. There are some officers who go on the ground who are demanding something. There's something about, maybe testing. There's more rigorous and robust testing for aflatoxin. All those things, you have to acquire certification from this and the other. All those things add up to the logistical costs of getting that maize into the country. And I'm thinking probably that's what they're referring to. There are added costs here, there. By the time you're cleared to cross the border, you spent X number of days. You are feeding and accommodating the truck drivers.
I don't doubt that what you're saying has a lot of truth to it. What I'm saying very simply is that every time there is a shortage of anything in this country, it is created, it is manufactured. Somebody somewhere has schemed and worked their way around it and have done the arithmetic, and they've come up with a narrative that is going to justify what they have planned all along to do.
Yes.
That is really what I'm saying, very simply.
Yes. Okay, so let's talk about, we'll be talking about the president's speech yesterday at 8 o'clock when Andrew Akahi joins us from the President's Delivery Unit. But let's look at the other things that happened, the color and the sideshows. One of the sideshows is what has been discussed all over the whole day yesterday. Did the president snub his deputy during his speech yesterday? So what happened? We had, of course, the military celebration. Then we had the entertainment by the various groups that were doing the entertainment. After that, Mr. Wanjohi, who is the president, national events MC, says, now it's time for you, Mr. President, to take over the event. And just before that, there is the conferring of national honors, which is done. Immediately, the president finishes shaking hands with those who have been conferred with national honors and have been called to the podium. He goes to his lectern and he starts addressing the country. Unlike what we've seen before, where we start with, oh, now, Mr. President, this is Wanjohi saying, I'd like now to welcome, I don't know, the mayor of Nairobi or the governor of Nairobi who will welcome, I don't know, the county commissioner, the deputy president then welcomes the president. You know that whole line. Yesterday we skipped everything there and went, finish, president address,
move,
twende nyumbani. Was that a breach of protocol?
What's the protocol? That's the question. What is the protocol?
Protocol is both written and custom.
Yes,
right?
There's
so we've gotten accustomed to that.
There's a tradition.
There's a tradition. There's what Moi taught us, Kibaki taught us, Uhuru has taught us for the last 8 years, up until yesterday.
All protocols observed.
All protocols observed.
So we are saying that all protocols were not observed in this instance.
This is the issue. And so should we read more into it or should we not?
The problem is there's a precedence, and the precedence is what is bringing up the issue. In the past, that's where this statement would begin. What has been the norm was the deputy introduces the president. That has been the norm.
Yes.
So if there is a breakaway from the norm, those who are raising issues have grounds for raising issues. And saying, because it's a simple question, the why question.
Yep.
Why this time?
Why? Yes. It stood out. And people were asking, so...
Yes. Why this time? Just like it is customary, when you look at many of the gatherings that we have, this same process is followed. Distinguished guests are mentioned. Some are mentioned by name. Foreign dignitaries are mentioned. The diplomatic corps are mentioned. Eminent religious leaders are mentioned. Again, is it tradition? Is it laid down protocol? What is certain is that once a president speaks, nobody else speaks.
Yep.
That is understood. He's the last person to speak. Even I understand that. Okay. But I think we are having this discussion because of the tradition that has been set over time, and we have seen it and witnessed it, and we have assumed that this is the laid down protocol.
Even in his official speech, which you'll find on statehouse.go.ke, the president does not make reference to the deputy president or his wife. Your Excellency Julius Maada Bio, President of the Republic of Sierra Leone and First Lady of the Republic of Sierra Leone, honorable speakers, Your Ladyship, the Chief Justice, leaders from across the entire spectrum of our nation, members of the diplomatic corps, fellow Kenyans, ladies and gentlemen, happy Madaraka Day. He has started with the dignitary, the visiting president, and he's the First Lady. Then he has gone to the speakers. Then he has gone to the Chief Justice. He's gone to the diplomatic corps. He's gone to other dignitaries, fellow Kenyans, tuendelee.
This will be a subject of debate in the days to come.
Of course it will. Come on. Of course it will. Because it just looks like he deliberately left him out. That's what it looks like. That you acknowledged, which of course he has to, that he acknowledged a foreign sitting president, of course, which he had to. He acknowledged members of the diplomatic corps. He acknowledged the Chief Justice, who was, right there, present. And then he acknowledged the speakers of the Senate and the National Assembly. Then, the deputy president, which usually comes before the speakers.
You see, it's acknowledging the heads of the other arms of government. You could put it that way.
He's the head of the presidency.
He's the head so he doesn't need to acknowledge himself.
No.
And the assumption is that the presidency is himself as the president and his deputy
He's the head.
as the president.
Just like he did not acknowledge his own wife. He didn't say First Lady, Madam Margaret, Deputy President.
So many could argue that he acknowledged everybody that needed to be acknowledged as a pack.
Well, if you acknowledge the Chief Justice, you've acknowledged judiciary. If you acknowledge the Speaker, you've acknowledged the
legislature.
The legislature,
yes.
absolutely.
The other arms of government, done.
Executive, Me. I'm the head, and I'm here before you.
Yeah.
So all of us come together.
You see, the question that would then be asked then, if you are to follow the so-called tradition, who then do you leave out?
I'd like actually to look back into history and see whether in previous speeches he has expressly mentioned Your Excellency the Deputy President. I don't think so.
Even this one that just ended the other day, the National Prayer Breakfast here. This
says,
one.
thank you, William.
Yeah. And that was because he had just introduced
him. So William, who welcomed him. Thank you, William.
He said thank you, and that was it. He went on to acknowledge others. He did.
Keep it here for more conversations coming up in the next hour, plus all the debates. It's now 7 a.m.
Spice up your life. The latest news from around the world. 94.4 Spice FM.
Good morning, this is News Dennis Aseto. Now, Kenyans continue to ask tough questions with regards to the change of protocol and traditions during the Madaraka Day celebrations at the newly refurbished Uhuru Gardens National Monument and Museum. As has been the tradition, the Deputy President normally takes over from the master of ceremony, introduces government officials and other dignitaries before finally inviting the President to give his remarks. Yesterday, there was glaring departure from the norm as the President took over from the master of ceremony and proceeded with his speech without even recognizing his deputy who was sitting there. This perhaps goes to show the differences between the two leaders who back in 2013 were buddies, who wore similar colored ties and showed bromance whenever they emerged to address the nation and formed their government at the time. This also becomes the first time that such has been witnessed. The differences between the two leaders also played out at State House, where the Deputy President was conspicuously absent at State House, where the head of state had a brief session with his cabinet secretaries. Reuters spokesperson Emmanuel Talam said the DP had not been invited. This as the Kenya Kwanza leaders have accused the head of state of breach of protocol they say was unnecessary, led by Ford Kenya leader Moses Wetangula. The leaders accused the president of going against traditions, further accusing the head of state of not being in touch with the reality on the ground with regards to issues affecting Kenyans.
It is amazing, Mr. President, that your guest, the president of Sierra Leone, could acknowledge the presence of your deputy president, but you yourself couldn't. Mr. President, I also listened to you very carefully. I can only conclude that you definitely don't live in Kenya, because all the things you said are not the things that Kenyans know, are not the things that Kenyans approve of. You are engaged in a monologue of self-aggrandizement that does not make any sense.
However, in an interview with KTN News, Kiambu MP Judy Njomo said there was no problem with the president's actions and that there was no harm in departing from the monotony.
It doesn't mean that because things are done in a certain way all the time, they have to. If I feel that I want to change the way I sit in my house, I change. He's the president of this country. He can change the order of his ceremony. That was his ceremony. And let me tell you, that was the last speech he was making in a national day. So he can make it in the best way he knows how. He has the mandate.
And the Madaraka Day celebration was the last in President Uhuru Kenyatta's administration, and with that, he took advantage of the same to elaborate the achievements his government has had over the past 9 years. Among the achievements he stated was the infrastructure development, especially road construction, stating that his administration has managed more than double the number of kilometers of roads constructed since independence.
The third Kenyan administration built 2,000 kilometers of tarmac road. We accelerated this achievement by building over 11,000 kilometers, which is close to 6 times what they built. In fact, truth be said, we have built more roads in 9 years than what all previous administrations combined, including the British, built in 123 years. Wapende wasipende, hiyo ndio ukweli wa mambo.
He added that during his administration, Kenya's economy improved from position 12th to 6th position.
We have tripled the wealth of our nation from a GDP of 4.5 trillion in 2013 to close to 13 trillion today. As a mark of this remarkable growth, our tax revenues have doubled from Kenya shillings 800 billion in the financial year 2012-2013 to Kenya shillings 1.6 trillion as at April 2022.
And President Uhuru Kenyatta is in Sweden for the 50th International Conference on the Environment in Stockholm. The president, who left the country last night, will preside over the two-day summit in collaboration with the Swedish Prime Minister Magdalena Andersson. Kenya's ambassador to the country, Diana Kiambuthi, said Kenya has been given the opportunity as it is one of the leading nations in its efforts to improve the environment. The conference will also mark the 50th anniversary of the first meeting in 1972 to discuss environmental issues. The Stockholm Plus 50 conference is held annually following a meeting of the United Nations Environment Programme and the United Nations Conference on Climate Change held in Nairobi earlier this year. Kenya and Portugal will also host this year's Maritime Conference on June 27th and July in Lisbon. This is Newswire. Dennis Assetto. Good morning.
SpiceFM, Nakuru.
Yo, whatever's happening on Juja Road this morning, I do not know, but it looks like folks are really complaining about that holdup. That is not characteristic of Juja Road every morning, but we'll keep an eye on things and ask where, if you are stuck, what's going on. So we're looking at Juja Road all the way to that Mathare North Junction, and then coming out towards Muranga Road. In and outbound traffic, really heavy today. And then the Thika Superhighway from the Outer Ring Junction all the way through to the Pangani Underpass is really busy as well. Coming off Kiambu Road, we're looking at back-to-back, bumper-to-bumper traffic, as well as Limuru Road. So how about this? Black and white in terms of difference between yesterday and today. What's going on? James Gishuru all the way through to Wayaki Way. We're looking at in and outbound traffic, really slow, then trying to connect to the highway. Use the Red Hill Link Road. Get out of that drama real quick and fast. And in a hurry, do it. Getting off of it's called what, this place? Uhuru Highway, getting into the city as well. That looks like it's going to be jam-packed in no time. Langata Road also quite busy as we're seeing it right now. Guys, be careful as you traverse these streets this morning. Let us know what's going on where you are. Talk to us on SpiceFM KE on Twitter. Text 40127. Let's keep things moving.
This is the Situation Room, the home of hard-hitting political commentary and penetrating insights about the state of the nation. This is a talk radio experience like no other. The Situation Room, a place for hard truths, debates, and elevated conversations. The Situation Room, witty, political, engaging, deep, controversial. In the room, we have C.T. Muga, researcher, academic, seasoned political observer, a fountain of wisdom in these politically uncertain times. Ndu Okoh, Nigerian by birth, Kenyan by choice, communications expert, Pan-Africanist, a truth seeker and believer in people power, and Eric Latiff, agent provocateur, the man in the chair, seasoned journalist, news hound, a man who believes in punching up, not down. This
it's
is
8
the
minutes
Situation
after
Room.
7.
The
Good morning.
only way
Welcome to the
start
second
your
hour
day.
of Kenya's biggest conversation, The Situation Room on SpiceFM. Online on YouTube and Facebook, SpiceFM KE. CT has the day's proverb from Zanzibar.
Yes, the bigger the pot, the more rice will stick to it.
The bigger the pot, the more rice will stick to it. So what does that mean, though?
You know,
Yeah.
Easy Pishori.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, this one.
Ni basmati.
No, sticky rice.
Yeah.
There's this rice which when you cook, it comes out like ugali with many small pieces.
Yeah.
It's how it is. It doesn't matter what you do, it's how it will come out. Sticky rice. Now, if you cook a lot of rice, it means you need a bigger vessel. So if there's a bigger vessel, then more rice will stick on the bigger vessel because there's more surface for it to stick on. Yes.
Okay.
You can expand this. You can expand this proverb to mean many things, beginning with and ending with,
So use a small pot.
The interesting thing is the rice that sticks on the pot is the delight of certain people.
Yeah.
People actually like it, just scraping it off the pot. It's a delight. Yes. Just like when you cook ugali, there's what remains in the cooking vessel that sticks to it. There are those who actually love that.
It's a delicacy.
Yes.
It's
Look
a
forward to eating it.
delicacy. Yeah, people will argue for that. They'll be like, call dibs on it.
Yes.
This is mine.
Very true.
This is mine. So we are waiting to host Mr. Kabando, who is the candidate for senator in Nyeri County. He is running on a NARC Kenya ticket. He's here to talk about his party leader, Martha Karua, and the Martha Karua effect on the battle for the mountain. How much has the entry of Martha Karua into this ticket impacted the Raila Odinga campaign, also impacted the perception, or even those who may have been undecided, or even those who had previously said they are decided but not for the Raila Odinga ticket? Is she going to get votes or is she not? Right? That is the conversation that we're going to be having shortly. As we wait for him to come in, Uhuru Gardens has officially been launched, by the way. You know, we need to actually acknowledge and talk about it. Uhuru Gardens was launched by the president on Tuesday during the official commissioning of Uhuru Gardens National Monument and Museum by the president and his Sierra Leonean counterpart, Julius Maada Bio. Some colorful fireworks lit up the Nairobi skyline. As part of the commissioning, the president lit a memorial flame and laid a wreath of flowers in honor of Kenya's heroes, including freedom fighters, in an elaborate military ceremony that included a special parade and a march past by the Kenya Defence Forces. Happened in the evening. And yesterday during his speech, he said, this is the first time in the 59 years of Kenya's history that we are coming back here. The first time Kenyans were here was in 1963.
Yes.
To actually commemorate this independence. We haven't been able to hold events back here. It was dilapidated. Some part of it was even being annexed by unscrupulous individuals. Some part of this had even been taken up by what? By what? By what? Land grabbers.
Land grabbers. Who then put up their own establishments.
But now here we are. In just 21 months, the military was deployed there. They closed off Uhuru Gardens. They opened it up yesterday. The various things that are there, my God, there's an entire library. There are photos. If you look at all the photos in the papers today and those who have been there, I mean, it's not just a facelift. It's a total makeover.
Complete overhaul.
Yeah.
This is a new construct. I mean, it's not... What we see was never there before.
Yeah.
It was just open space before, if you remember correctly.
With just that one monument.
Yes, exactly. So now, with all this build-up, what you have is something completely new. My prayer is that it is maintained.
Yes. The national museums are putting up that museum. They are curating Kenya's history in that museum, audio, visual, and other literary works that are going to be there. So there's a lot that's going to happen in these grounds. And the thing is, you want this to be, the new place that people can go to. People within the country. If you come to Nairobi, you want to go to Uhuru Gardens, spend a day in Uhuru Gardens, visit the various facilities there, then go back home. If you are living in Nairobi, you want to go to Uhuru Gardens, for a week, for a weekend, and spend some time. If you are a visitor to Kenya, one of the places that you ought to, tick in your box ought to be what? Uhuru Gardens. That I have been to Uhuru Gardens. I have been there. I've been to Kenya. I've seen the history of the country at Uhuru Gardens. Right? This is all we all want to see. So it's a good thing, City, isn't it?
No, it's... I'm keeping quiet because I'm just thinking of how good it is to have captured this thing that very many Kenyans may not even be aware of.
Yeah.
Independence was a long time ago. 1960, God knows what. You know that was the previous century.
Yes.
Okay.
Yes.
And since then, there are people who've been born for whom you might as well be talking about the first person who went to the moon. But when you have a structure such as the one that we have in Uhuru Gardens, you can physically go there and get a feel of what actually has transpired over the years. Because it is our legacy, it is our history as Kenyans.
Yep.
Yes.
Documented over the years and should continue being documented. Although also there will be a presidential library. All the speeches by the presidents of Kenya. So far, the 4 presidents, their speeches, whatever they've done over the years, will be there. So you can go in and see. So this is what Kenyatta said on such certain day. This was Kenyatta's speech on Madaraka Day of 1972. This was Kibaki's speech on Madaraka Day of 2005.
You know what I'm thinking of is, if you look at the interest that people in academia would have, it's a very useful resource point. All under one roof, the things that you may want to understand about the political history of this country.
Indeed.
You will actually go to that one spot and you'll be able to get literally everything that you require or you need.
Yeah. So guys, Uhuru Gardens is open. Let's go and visit. Take pictures and tell the stories. Our guest is in the studio. Kabando wa Kabando is a former member of parliament. He wants to go back to parliament in the Senate representing the people of Nyeri County. Good morning.
Good morning to you all.
So first of all, why are you late?
Actually, I have been around.
Yeah.
And I'm happy to see you.
Very good.
As far as we and our listeners are concerned. Karibu sana.
Your studios are very wide, very beautifully made. And so we took time to do a few things within. And here we are now, SpiceFM.
Documenting your journey.
Yeah, absolutely.
Welcome, Kabando. How is Nyeri?
Nyeri is very fine. We left there very early in the morning. As the birds were waking up, we were together. And people of Nyeri are very hardworking. They are very happy that the season is turning good and there's peace in Kenya. And looking forward to greater things, particularly in this period of elections. Nyeri is known to be decent and very engaging. So it's fine, and I believe that the rest of Kenya too, what you are seeing is good.
Have you been cleared by IBC?
Yes, I was cleared and I'm set to go. Cleared on the party of running mate to Raila Odinga, that's Honorable Mother Wangari Karua, party that is known as NAK Kenya, with a symbol of a rose flower that symbolizes love and peace.
When did you join NAK Kenya?
I joined NAK Kenya.
And why?
I joined NAK Kenya in 2006, but I did not use it to run for parliament in 07 elections because it was incorporated that time within the coalition of Party of National Unity, PNU. So I reverted to my earlier party, Safina. And from Safina in 2013, for purposes of, defending our sovereignty in the context of what was happening with the International Criminal Court and the geopolitical dynamics of that particular election, was in the National Party, TNA. But my heart has always been with NAK Kenya because of the leadership of Mother Karua. And so this is where I've been. Over time, we have been working together, as the people have seen, both privately and publicly in the political programs. And NAK Kenya provides me an opportunity, though within a big coalition, to also have my space and also to associate with a party of leadership that is not blemished by issues that have really bedeviled our country, particularly corruption. So it provides a space of conscience and consciousness that will allow you to do your things, say the things you want to say, like the things I say daily, either in speeches or in articles. And therefore, it is a party that makes me feel very home. And more blessed, because the party of the running mate of Raila Odinga, who is definitely going to be the 5th president. No doubt about that.
I'm looking at Ndu because she has 17,000 questions that she's processing. Pick the first one. Just pick them randomly.
Okay.
Go.
All right. So, Kabando.
Yes, madam.
As we're looking at the process of this,
Yes.
One would believe from what you're saying that you really do then believe in the elements of leadership that Martha Karua presents.
Absolutely.
Right?
Mm-hmm.
However, you yourself have just said that all of that notwithstanding, a year after joining this party, you quote unquote left the party to be able to run on a ticket that would suit you then coming into government.
Absolutely.
Right? Does that have anything to do with shifting what you thought would be the right leadership under a party that could deliver you this position? Does that have anything to do with that?
Yes, sir.
And then coming into 2022, where it seems as though this wave now is moving the country, but then your allegiance is pledged there once again. Is it the wave, or are you still vested in that leadership from the beginning?
Very, very good question. In 2007, as I said, NAC was embedded, or it was affiliated to the Party of National Unity. And the Party of National Unity gave direct ticket to a few leaders across the country, particularly then sitting cabinet ministers or officials who are senior to the party. And so I didn't have that space. So I went to the party that I assisted found, that is the Safina, that we were founded a long time ago. That is 1995, when you are young people, straight from school. And so PNU had its owners. And so many of us left. And if I did not leave to go back to the party that I had assisted, Safina, there was no way I was going to be elected a member of parliament in Mokoroine, because I would not have been given a ticket. The ticket was already given straight, direct to others. And then, even then, if you look, Kenya was originally founded by people, Mother, Karua, Kiproto Arap Kerio, Asman Kamama, Dr. Muiza Kitui, who are chairman at different times. Even Raphael Tuju was also a chairman at a different time, to give Mwai Kibaki a ticket, because the National Rainbow Coalition had already split. You know that? So in terms of reality, I wasn't going to get a ticket that time. But you remember very well, after 07 elections, we started working closely with Mother. And before then, by the way, I was just opposite the offices here at the Heidelberg building and the Kampala Road behind you, the offices of Nairobi Water Company, where by coincidence I was lucky to work with Mother Karua as Minister for Water for 3 years as myself pioneer chairman of Nairobi Water Company. So really, if you talk about not just the party, because a party can be a name, the leadership, our association with Mother Karua is long-standing. And, I've received blessings and sometimes curses because of that relationship. When I joined Na Kenya ticket and declared Na Kenya is my party for Senate, Mother was not yet
the running
mate. But I can tell you, we worked about that. Many people worked for it. Many. Known and unknown. Public and private. And so it's a very sweet consequence of good efforts. And so the issue of the party is simply that there we are, and we are moving forward. History sweet, the future inviting us to be happy.
You're saying you worked very hard. Some, backroom conversations on getting Martha Karua picked as a running mate. Can you give us just some insights onto what was happening? I mean, what are these conversations that were taking place?
First of all, those who like Mother and who support Mother and admire her leadership and even stubborn positions when it comes to public policy and issues of governance and public interest, were pronouncing the need for her to be picked as a running mate, both in private conversations, as I said, in social media, in mainstream media, and there's public knowledge. There are many, many people that cannot be listed on the pages of the Standard, from page 1 to the back page, because they are countless, and many of whom are the unspoken heroes that don't want to claim any credit. So as much as we put public pressure for a mother to be running mate, and dared to even alienate some of our friends who also sought to be Raila's running mate, I would say that there are very many public interested individuals, women movement, professionals, business people, and even people in the political class who haven't spoken about it, who are persuading the Right Honorable Raila Odinga to do the right thing. But you always had the instinct, the gut feeling that mother was inevitable.
That Raila was going to pick mother.
We had that strong gut feeling.
We had so many people who had been fronted by the various political parties.
Yes, and
I can imagine when ODM was fronting Oparanya
Yes.
and Joho, ODM was campaigning for Oparanya and Joho. When Jubilee was fronting Peter Kenneth and Sabina, Jubilee, was expected to be campaigning for Sabina and Peter Kenneth.
Well, that happened, and all those individuals are friends. For reason, Peter is a very good friend of mine. Peter Munya is a good friend of mine. Oparanya, we work very closely. He has even visited me twice when I was an MP in Mukurweini, and therefore, they are good individuals. They are patriotic. But there is always first among equals. Okay? You can be equal. And one of you will be slightly taller than you in the forest. There's trees in the forest that are not, even if you planted your trees the same day, and they are seedlings of the same size. As they grow, as they sprout, as they seek sunshine, one of them will be a little taller where the birds are going to perch. And so birds of fortune, birds of blessings had mother. And in any case, as I said, first among equals. Intellectually, above supposed competitors. That I can tell you. She's a senior counsel, been in the judiciary, been in LA Law Society of Kenya council, long-standing, opposition member of parliament from 1982 to 2002, and Kibaki's cabinet minister for water, and thereafter justice and constitutional affairs that birthed the new constitution that has given us the devolution and the various institutions that have improved our governance. So really, if it's about the CV, publicly known, mother was ahead. It's about seniority to serve within parliament. None of them has served as mother did. She was in parliament for 20 years. And also if you talk about education, it means a young girl, those early days, to be admitted to University of Nairobi to study law. How many of our age mates are lawyers in the villages of this country? Sometimes you go to a whole constituency or sub-county and you don't get a female lawyer. Still, this time. So a pioneer in many shapes. Above all, my friends, I don't want to speak about the others because I'm not here to prosecute anyone. If I speak about mother, integrity. I see mother, I see chapter 6 of the Constitution of Kenya. I see chapter 6, I see the embodiment of the courage and their devil politics that mother shows and has exemplified. How do you get that integrity? You must have courage. So if you are talking about somebody who will say as it is and seek to alienate the cowards or the culprits of the vices that have bedeviled Kenya, then mother represents that. So fortunately, we are not talking about mother just because she comes from Mount Kenya. We are talking about a pioneer and a courageous lady and a brilliant lady and one that has never been prosecuted. If you go to the EACC offices, you not get any file that relates to mother, either the minister for water, minister for justice, or even the patron of the Continuous Development Fund, CDF. So we may praise her so much until people think that we don't understand that nobody is perfect. But in leadership, examination, and vetting, mother passes a bill, and Raila Odinga couldn't have done anything better than to pick Mother Karua.
Many have argued, Martha is just a running mate. But the way people have talked about Martha, it's as if she is the candidate.
No, you can say
she has been candidate before, and we didn't hear people saying these things.
It was not her time. If you read the book of Ecclesiastes, chapter 3, verse 1, and you can go all the way to verse 9. There is time for everything under the sun. 2013 was not Mother's time. 2017, I believe it was her time in Kirinyaga as a governor. And we know what happened, and we don't speak about it now because she went up to Supreme Court and then the East Africa Court of Justice, and she was vindicated that she did not get justice in terms of that. 2022 is Mother's time. And Mother's time comes with Raila Odinga as a boss. And although she is running mate, I can tell you, across this country, if you go speak to professional women, to women in entrepreneurship, in business, if you talk to elderly women, all the way from Lamu to Masabit, across the country, they are saying this is not just Mother's time, it is their time. And not any other woman would represent women interests.
That's interesting that you should say that. I
Yes.
know Eric wants to go to break, but does it matter that it was Martha, or does it matter that it is a woman?
Yes, it did, and it does, that it was Mother, because the attributes that I've just talked about are not to be found
in any other woman.
In any other woman.
Okay.
And so it does matter, and it will matter that is Mother Karua. Then, in terms of skills, which other woman in Kenya, perhaps, except Charity Gilu, who has been in Parliament that long, consistently, 4 terms. Okay, so it is Mother. And Gilu also did her part in 1987, and she's still serving as a governor of Kitui, which is a big feat because she runs on her own party and wins. And you can easily compare, in terms of longevity and experience, you compare Mother with the Gilu. But then if you come to other attributes, then Mother breaks away from just the identity of a woman to now the Kenyan, the citizen. So yes, in the gender perspective, you have seen women. I'm here to meet a woman in private who has said no to Mother. Sincerely. I swear, in the name of Lord. I can swear.
Okay.
In private. Last Saturday, we attended a very big wedding of a daughter of my friend, my neighbor in Nairobi. And an individual was sitting across the table, took his seat to my table, because his son is running for parliament in Nairobi. And I can mention this individual, because he did it among many people and it was public. He's the founder of Nice and Lovely, Mr. Paulo Kenodia. So he came and he chatted for about 5 minutes, and with him, another gentleman was sitting there, also shifted to our table. There were tables of 8. So now we were sitting, we squeezed to be 10, and they initiated politics there. And that individual said he is contesting somewhere on a UDA. And he said his choice of presidency, of course, within. So Paul decided to do something unorthodox. And he asked the other people on the table, now, you see, now the other 7, who are you electing for president? Every one of them was Mother. I'm telling you, this was a Kabu Road, just here. Then Kenodia decided to do an opinion poll across 7 tables. 7 tables. And where we are seated, the youth were seated on the other side. Our side was mostly dominated by friends of the parents. of the bride. So he went to 7 tables of 8 persons each. Okay? And it was very interesting because he's largely a private person and a businessman. And he started saying, we are doing an opinion poll. And just say yes or no. Say, this side, now you mentioned the other side of Kenya Kwanza Alliance, or Mother Nabamba. Okay? And everyone initiated a discussion. People who are just listening to speeches and at that time they were eating,
They started engaging in politics.
the whole hall, the whole dome became very agitated. I'm telling you, in private, if you talk to any woman, even in these studios, unless one has very personal interest, they will tell you, we are happy with Mother. And if you walk even across, you have had even people who are contesting on a UDA ticket and other affiliated parties from Mount Kenya region. They are saying, we are thinking, and some of them have started saying, munichague, lakini pale juu, mujamulie. I'm telling you, it is happening.
Tell us this. Let's take this break. Kabando is a senatorial candidate for Nyeri County under NARC Kenya. He's here today. We are looking at the Martha Karua effect on the battle for the mountain in the presidential ticket. He's telling us, okay, so the ground is shifting. You will explain to us that in detail, and we'll also get to understand exactly what you mean. 25 minutes to 8. Let's take this quick break. We take a look at the weather and traffic and remind you about the Kenya Revenue Authority's dispute resolution mechanism. And they're telling you, you know what, just come, let us have a chat. If you have an issue with the Commission of KRA with regards to, filing your taxes or even paying and remitting your taxes, you don't have to go to court. We can actually have this resolved in the alternative dispute resolution. It takes a maximum of 90 days, and everybody walks out there feeling that they have been heard. Let's take this quick break.
This nation has never healed genuinely from the 2008 violence. We've never had a healing process. We've swept it under the rug.
Let me tell you, the handshake was the most disastrous political event in the history of country after the coup attempt of 1982.
There's no Kikuyu pothole, Luo lack of water, Okamba,
lack of traffic.
Yeah. There is no Luya lack of drugs in the hospitals. Or Jaluo one. All our issues are the same issues.
If you are in a room and just about everybody in that room has a court case or another, what impression does that give you?
What are you saying? Why haven't you done it in the last 20 years? But they're telling us, like August, some miracle is going to happen. My friend, I want to tell Kenyans you'll be in for a rude shock.
The Situation Room, Kenya's biggest conversation.
The sun is coming up in Nairobi, 15 degrees, highs of 24 and lows of 13 today. At 14 degrees, sunny conditions in Nakuru, highs of 24. We'll see highs of 22 in a rainy Nyeri at 15, coming down to lows of 14. And it's sunny at 11 in Eldoret, highs of 25 and lows of 10. Rain showers in Mombasa at 24, highs of 28. 29 will be the high in a rainy Malindi as well, currently at 25. It's 19 degrees and sunny in Kisumu, highs of 28 and lows of 18. And it's sunny at 19 in Kakamega, highs of 27 and lows of 15. Mostly sunny conditions in Kampala at 20, highs of 26 and lows of 18, while Dar es Salaam is sunny as well at 23. It'll go to highs of 30 and lows of 23. 6 degrees and clear. Chilly morning, however, in Johannesburg, highs of 18 and lows of 4, and it's mostly clear in Lagos at 25. It'll go to highs of 32. 32 will also be the high in Kinshasa, where it's clear at 22.
Welcome to SpiceFM, the best exclusive radio station bringing you the best mix of the best music ever.
Okay, so traffic is building up in many parts of the city this morning. Langata Road is bumper to bumper, back to back, all the way through past the Wilson Airport, out towards that general direction of Langata, and all the way to that junction from the Southern Bypass. We're looking at quite some action on Uhuru Highway, getting into the city and then out towards Westlands. The Thika Superhighway is not letting up. We have thick, heavy traffic all the way past that Outer Ring junction, going well into Oh my goodness. Well, we're well into clay works today. We're also looking at Kiambu Road, backed up past Coffee Gardens today. In and outbound traffic continues there. And Limuru Road looks like it's going to be quite something this morning as well. Yes, indeed. Very different from yesterday. Looks like everybody's up and about. Let us know where you might be stuck this morning. That Juja Road problem still continues. Not quite sure what is going on. Traffic police are there trying to sort it out, but it looks like it's going to be there for a while. Let's talk on SpiceFM KE on Twitter. Text 40127.
87.9 Spice FM, Mombasa. Mature, intelligent talk every morning. Spice up yourself. Mornings done right.
21 minutes. Kenya's biggest conversation continues. Spice FM and YouTube and Facebook. Wherever you're tuned in, thank you very much for joining us. Our guest this morning is Kabando, senatorial candidate for Nyeri County and NARC Kenya. We are talking about the effect of Martha Karua. Kabando, before this whole Martha Karua effect was launched, we've had several conversations with leaders from Mount Kenya. Among them, Jubilee Secretary General Jeremiah Kioni, members of parliament from there, from the region, including Sabina Shege and others, and they have openly admitted that yes, if you went to the ground, very many people would tell you that they are on UDA and Kenya Kwanza, and that is their affiliation. So now the question is, has that nomination of Martha Karua as running mate had any impact on those people who had already decided?
Yes, it has had and continues to impact differently in a good way, at least for us who are in the Azimio la Umoja movement, because many young people within that region, although I would say across the country, were very ambivalent about politics of 2022. Very many of them. And I can give you an example. My firstborn is 25 years old. She tried to get her friends to register so that they can come and vote for her dad, Kabando, as a senator in Nyeri. I facilitated. Those are people who come from Nyeri. She was trying to troop them back to Nyeri. And to interest them so that they can be volunteers. She could barely get 20 people because we were saying they are very disappointed, they are very frustrated with the way the country is going. And I think you have also seen many opinion polls, including with groups like TIFA, saying that many Kenyans were not happy where the country was going, or the status of the economy, to be specific. And this affected more of the young generation, the young graduates from colleges and universities. Now, since Mother was picked, that very Monday morning, there was a shift. Our platforms, both the private and the public, social media, emails and all that, were flooded with excitement from this same generation of young people saying, oh, now with the Mother, we have reason to vote. I met a number of senior citizens, again, let me say females, from my region, who before were not speaking. They were not speaking for this or that other coalition. They were just there.
They were indifferent.
They were indifferent. And we knew we had difficulty in convincing them to come back to vote the way they did in 2013, 2017 and before. But since Mother was announced as a running mate to Raila Odinga, the game has changed. The talk has changed. Now you can walk to any public place, to any church, to any community gathering, and the question of Raila Odinga, who was not spoken about before, and if he was maybe out of 10, one person, now you can get 5 out of 10 people saying because of Mother Wangari Karua will elect Raila Odinga's presence. That's in the regional dynamics.
But then, is this because of Martha or is it because of a running mate from Mount Kenya?
No.
Because the whole conversation has been both camps must choose somebody from Mount Kenya.
Let me tell you, if he picked anybody else, there would not have been any significant difference. Maybe there would have been a difference from
anybody else from Central Kenya.
Yes, anybody else from Central. And I want to be very clear on that. And as I said, even those who are being
we know
listed,
who they are. I mean, there was Peter Munya, there was Sabina, there was Peter Kenneth.
Yeah, and as I said, they are my friends. Munya is my college mate, school together for the entire period. You know, as in Nairobi, Peter is a very good friend, even friends to even my children and family friend. Sabina Chege, we have been in parliament together. You know, she has even made a visit to my local primary school in the last parliament. So they are all my friends. But let's be clear, politics and the public interest is build friendships. So you may think that even your kin is very qualified to certain position. But so it had to be Mother Karua. I think I already listed some of the attributes. So even if there was another candidate from Kikuyu community, from Meru or Ebu or the Dharakas, to be Raila's running mate, the difference would not have been significant. And now, it is because the mother effect, the courage of mother is not to be found among other people. And as I said, a person who has been given a job, whether it is in the judiciary, she left clean, whether it was in the Law Society of Kenya, you remember the position she took in 1990, whether it was a courage to go and defend Raila Odinga and Matiba when they were detained, and the courage to even tell the late second president, Moi, no, in a public rally. Nobody else did that in the entire period of Moi, 24 years. And the courage to even say, I don't want to earn a salary as a minister of government and drive in government vehicles and get government privileges under the government of Moi Kibaki when there are some officials who are countermanding every of my decision in a radical surgery of judiciary as a minister for justice and constitutional affairs. Yet, she was with Kibaki from 1982. She was never sacked. We tried to tell her. She said, no. She told family and friends, no, it is my position. I'm not going to earn a single cent from tomorrow. And today, I exit the office of Minister for Justice and Constitutional Affairs because I'm being countermanded, and that ministry is supposed to improve governance and stand up for integrity and what is good within the rule of law and the Constitution. But that means a person who is selfless. So yes, it has to be mother.
It had to be mother.
It has to be.
Did Rigathi Gachagua have an effect? The choice of Rigathi Gachagua by William Ruto and not any other person from Mount Kenya.
We come from the same country with the Honorable Rigathi, and there's an individual who has spoken to me very many times in the recent past. We have even been here with him, just I think about a week before naming of a mother. We are in the KTN studios. I have to say this, that I am meant to go to any village. I'm coming from Nyeri this morning. I have been in Nyeri 4 days of this past week. Okay? Just moving out quietly without loudspeakers. And the villages I visited in Keni and in Nyeri town and in Tetu, those specific 3 constituencies. I am here to meet anyone saying I'm going to elect Ruto because of the running mate. The fact is, Ruto has influence and has had a lot of meetings within that region. As a politician, I would say, you cannot ignore that. All right? But we are talking about the shift. Ruto had some people supporting him who have now moved to Raila Odinga. All right?
In Nyeri County.
We're talking about niongeze volume.
Rigathi Gachagua's county. You're saying there's no excitement.
Wacha niongeze volume.
Hebu sema.
Naongeza volume nikueleza hivi. Kwamba nitokako county ya gallantry of Dedan Kimathi, Moi Kibaki Wanagari Maathai. All right? sijapata mtu yeyote amesema ama anayelenga kumchagua Ruto kwa sababu ya Rigathi. Wako wengi ambao wanasema watamchagua Ruto kwa sababu amekuwa nao kwa miaka karibu 10 tangu achaguliwe kama naibu wa rais. Wako ni kweli. Lakini kinagaubaga nikueleze kwamba mashinani wengi ambao walikuwa wako na tashwishi kama watachaguana, kama ataingia kwa kampeni, wamefufua matumaini yao kwamba kupitia kwa tikiti ya Martha Karua akiwa mgombea mwenza wa Raila Amolo Odinga, tuingie huko. So kweli ushawishi mkubwa sana na msisimuko wa mlima wa Kirinyaga, unaojua kama mlima Kenya, Mount Kenya, watu wakielekea muungano wa Azimio la Umoja. And for now, for the first time, anyone in any part of Central Kenya can pick a microphone, speak loudly in any gathering and say, I, Kabando, I, so and so, electing Raila Odinga because he has a now very progressive dual ticket of him and Martha Karua. So I don't want to talk about Rigathi as a person. I would not want to even talk about Ruto as a person. But the reality is, majority of the voters in that region before 2 weeks ago were with Ruto. But I'm telling you, ignore the rallies you see around. Ignore these meetings that are arranged and people are given resources to mobilize and bring people out. Just take a vehicle, take a boda or walk to any township, to any village dwelling, or even to Nyeri town. Go to any restaurant, go to any workshop and talk to people impromptu. Ask them, munachagua nani? Utachanga sana. Kwa sasa,
more and more people are saying Raila.
More and more people are saying Raila. And the difference is this. Those who are saying Raila now are saying with so much determination, to the extent that anyone who has now taken a position or who is turning to take a position to vote Raila Odinga is doing so with such optimism, a lot of hope, a lot of determination. So those who support Raila, turn out within Mount Kenya. Those who support Raila Martha ticket, turnout will be 100%. Those who support them.
City, you know you have.
Their motivation is just natural.
City.
You know, I could actually sit here and listen to Mheshimiwa speaking. If he was a preacher, I would have been one of those people who would have lifted his hands up for an altar call. Because
Amen.
Let me ask this question. I have 3 questions I want to ask. Let me start with the first one. Would you say... No, let me give a background. Something similar happened in the mountain region in the time when Kenneth Matiba wanted to be president. Matiba had been away. He had been unwell. And the front runner was Mwai Kibaki, without a shadow of a doubt. Matiba came in, and I saw something unbelievable. In 2 weeks, that tide changed completely. Mwai Kibaki's candidature was eclipsed. It was now Matiba. In fact, it was, as I said, it was something interesting to behold. Question number 1. Are you saying it is something similar?
Do I answer now?
Yes.
In 1992,
yes.
Then I was a student at the University of Nairobi. I remember, and I went to Old St. Cathedral to receive Matiba. We walked all the way from the airport because he represented a rebellion against the status quo then. Although Mwai Kibaki was leading, I can tell you, a lot of people. I'm from Nyeri. I went to receive Matiba. He was our hero, and he remains our hero. Rest in peace. It was, the difference is that time also, many people had not made the decision completely about who to vote because they were disappointed with the split in the opposition. First, within the Forum for Restoration Democracy Ford, because Matiba was running, Jaramogi was running, and Masida Moriro was running.
Yes.
And then within the region, those who came from there, you had Kibaki and you had Matiba. And I don't think it was exactly like it is today, because up to 1982, 97, the following election, a lot of people within the region who are with Matiba did not shift to DP automatically.
They still waited
including,
for Matiba.
like if you into Muranga has the 7 constituencies. 3 members of parliament in 87 were elected on different parties. Keharu, Safina, Madhio and Kagema, they elected 4 people. Including Mechuki himself was not elected on DP ticket. So that uncertainty of 1982 also caused voter turnout to be very low. I think there was 65 or 66% voter turnout, because people are saying the opposition is divided. Kibaki was more senior to Matiba in terms of longevity in government, in terms of maybe even intellectual and all that, but Matiba symbolized something else, corporate leadership, courage, and particularly, Kuganagweka, say and do. That was Matiba's. So that split became very big. Here you have a decent gentleman of Kenyan politics, Moi Kibaki, a student throughout, decent leadership. Then here you have a man who was a shaper from Makerere University also, all the way to breweries and the founder of enterprises like Wango Emburi, among his people, to buy land and invest in various agricultural enterprises. So there was that. Today, there isn't a contest between Matiba and Kibaki in Central Kenya. Central Kenya only has Mother Karua. I'm telling you, nobody can hold a candle against Mother. Central Kenya today, the leader of Central Kenya, who is the leader of Kenya?
What is the Uhuru Kenyatta effect? There are those that have said that everybody else who had made up their mind on who they were going to vote for, some were voting in protest against Uhuru Kenyatta.
And that's exactly why the entry of Mother makes that difference. Those who are protesting against the incumbent president, those who are dissatisfied with the current regime, and the current regime has a president as a deputy, have gotten a reprieve, a sigh of relief, because Mother is none of that. She is an outsider. Do you know that now Kenya doesn't have a member of parliament? I don't know whether it has an MCA or even a governor or senator. Mother can be cited or equal to the David. That small boy who was herding some goats somewhere? Now Kenya, a small party without a big house like ODM or Jubilee. Mother was fished by Raila from the ocean of integrity. All right? From the forest of the sweetest fruit. That's where Raila went. And he did a conscientious choice. So, yes, one can say that there is a protest that was, and they could have been there, but people are saying, you see, we have Mother now. We have Mother now. So those who are protesting, and they are going to the other side, because they felt that the regime has not done this or the other one, are now saying, we have Mother. Mother has been out of parliament for 10 years. Yet I don't know a politician who has been out of parliament for that time who has remained publicly relevant like a Mother. In the news every week, speaking, giving statements. You go to her Twitter account, Mother is speaking. You go to mainstream media, Mother is being interviewed every time, moving across the country, out of the country. Just the other day, before she was speaking, she was an invited guest by the women of Uganda, in a rural part of Uganda. We have seen her attending UN conferences and being guests. So, I don't think it was just given, this ticket was not given to Mother simply because of her individual credentials. There was also something to do with being active, retaining yourself as a relevant person. Visibility in politics is very important. You know what? You can equate Mother to Kijana Amaro in another way. Before 2002, Mwai Kibaki could not get a single MP from Western Kenya. When Kijana Amaro joined Kibaki, And there are other forces now. Raila Odinga came on board, and Kina Charity Gilu and even Kalonzo came. In 2002 elections, the whole of the Mulembe nation, only one individual was elected on KANU ticket with a slim margin after using hundreds of millions. That was Nabale Kotizweze in Busia, Kirizokemo. The rest of the Mulembe nation, from Kakamega to Busia to Bugoma, all right, to Vihiga to Trans Nzoia, all trooped. This is likely scenario to emerge in Mount Kenya. I'm telling you.
We shall be here to watch. Kabando.
Asante.
We thank you very much for joining us. Come again as your campaign picks up speed and also this national campaign picks up speed. Let's compare the notes of what will be happening in Mount Kenya in a couple of weeks' time, 3-4 weeks. Asante sana.
Thank you very much for the invitation. My first time in SpiceFM. I look forward to coming, even if you need me every week.
Wow.
I assure you.
Kabisa.
I'll be coming to sleep in your studios.
Good.
To awake into the
nation. Keep it here for more conversations coming up in the next hour. Good morning. It's 8 a.m.
The latest news from around the world. 94.4 Spice FM.
From different political divides, hailing President Uhuru Kenyatta's legacy projects, the leaders put the differences aside to give credit to the head of state, who is serving his second and final term that expires this August, for going extra mile to realize his manifesto anchored on 4 pillars that have constituted his legacy. Since 2013, the president has worked to fulfill the ambitious social and economic pledges, with expansion of infrastructure being the highlight of his presidency. However, UDA's Nairobi gubernatorial aspirant Johnson Sakaja regretted that the development projects have left citizens poorer. Azimio Moja One Kenya Coalition's presidential running mate Martha Karua said it's undeniable that the president's accomplishments are unmatched. She said the national feat would serve as a reminder to all leaders of the responsibility to push Kenya forward, as was the intention during independence. She said together with the principal Raila Odinga, who is the coalition's presidential flag bearer, they will ensure to contribute to the Kenyan dream. And Deputy President William Ruto, after being denied to address the nation, urged Kenyans to remain committed to pushing for the prosperity and unity of the nation as the country marked the 59th Madaraka Day. On his Twitter account, the Deputy President asked Kenyans not to forget that they are responsible for the next years ahead, reminding us all that we are the makers of this nation. Ruto said that the celebrations is a reminder that we are the sole authors of the Kenyan story, calling on us all to write new chapters of prosperity and abundance for all, especially for the ordinary people. Now, efforts to unite the Azimio leaders, ODM's Raila Odinga and Wiper leader Kalonzo Musyoka, may have borne fruit. It is reported that the two will be in Nakuru, Konjenga today for a joint campaign, with Kalonzo reportedly announcing his return to Azimio just 2 weeks after his departure. Kitui Senator Ednah confirmed that the campaign will take place where Raila and Kalonzo will make a special announcement. In addition, Azimio Secretary General Junet Mohammed said Raila would be in Nakuru to continue the campaign, but did not confirm whether he would accompany Kalonzo, although all indications are that the two may be together. This comes at a time when Kalonzo has been particularly pressured by his party to return to Azimio. Kalonzo announced his candidacy for the presidency after Raila Odinga nominated Martha Karua as his running mate, a post that Kalonzo had angled on. However, Raila offered Kalonzo the post of Chief Minister if he emerges victorious during the August 9th election. It should be noted that Kalonzo is one of the candidates for the presidency, awaiting approval from the IEBC after submitting his credentials. However, if he decides to support Raila, then he will once again withdraw from the presidential race. And the Ethics and Anti-Corruption Commission has written to the Independent Electoral Boundaries Commission over the integrity of 241 aspirants, including 3 in the presidential race. In a letter addressed to the Electoral Board's Chief Executive Officer Marjan Hussein Marjan, The anti-graft body listed candidates for various elective seats who have failed the integrity test that may bar them from the August elections. EACC Chief Executive Officer Olim Barak indicated that among notable candidates who have been listed include presidential aspirants Justice Juma, Jared Oboge and Mwangi Wairia. Other aspirants red listed include Mike Sonko, Evans Kidero, Anwar Guru, Martin Ombora and Mudomi Njuki. A majority have pending cases which might avail an opportunity for them to escape being locked out on general election. Now, more than 30 registered voters have moved to court to block Independent Electoral Boundaries Commission from gazetting the list of presidential candidates, describing the process as flawed. In their suit, the petitioners faulted the verification of 2,000 signatures from the 24 counties submitted by presidential candidates in the absence of the final voter register to be gazetted on June 9th. The petitioners have listed the Attorney General and IEBC as the first respondent and second respondent, respectively. IEBC say Wafula Chebukati had mentioned that the voter was
102.5 Spice FM, Kisumu.
All right. Thika Superhighway looking a lot better this morning. We're seeing just past the Utali Drift is where the traffic is. That has moved along really swiftly, and it's a good thing. Coming off Kiambu Road today, also still some traffic. Bumper to bumper all the way past that Ridgeways Junction today, and that's moving really slowly. Coming out of Western's not too bad. James Gishiro was clogged before, but that's opening up quite some. Looking at Uhuru Highway then from the Nyeri Stadium out towards the city and then towards Western's. Moving along well, not too much of a headache. Let's also look at Langata Road, which is also improving as we go along. So perhaps not too crazy a Thursday. Let's keep an eye on things. That Juja Road situation still continues. The Juja Road situation. Keep an eye on that as well. Talk to us on SpiceFM, KE on Twitter, text 40127.
This is The Situation Room, the home of hard-hitting political commentary and penetrating insights about the state of the nation. This is a talk radio experience like no other. The Situation Room, a place for hard truths, debates, and elevated conversations. The Situation Room, witty, political, engaging, deep, controversial. In the room, we have C.T. Muga, researcher, academic, seasoned political observer, a fountain of wisdom in these politically uncertain times. Ndu Okoh, Nigerian by birth, Kenyan by choice, communications expert, Pan-Africanist, a truth seeker and believer in people power, and Eric Latiff, agent provocateur, the man in the chair, seasoned journalist, news hound, a man who believes in punching up, not down.
7 minutes after 8. Good morning, and how are you doing? Welcome to the third hour of Kenya's biggest conversation. Live on Spice FM, KTN Home, and YouTube and Facebook. We have the day's proverb. City?
Yes, this is the last proverb from Zanzibar. The bigger the pot, the more rice will stick to it.
The bigger the pot, the more rice will stick to it. Wazanzibari wale na wali.
Sindio.
Hey, okay. So we continue the conversation with Kabando, former MP from Okoh, who wants to be the next senator of Nyeri County and NARC Kenya ticket. Our guest that we've scheduled for this hour, Andrew Akahiu, the head and secretary of the President's Delivery Unit, is running late. So when he delivers himself here, we shall have the conversation.
We shall deliver the conversation.
We shall deliver the conversation. We're having a conversation about the Martha Karua effect, and also we'll segue into the conversation about the president's final national address, which he spent that time yesterday telling us about the legacy of his administration over the last 9 years since he first became president. But City, you had a question about the Karua effect.
Yes.
And the Mount Kenya politics.
Yes, indeed.
Yeah.
The first bit had been answered very, very, very adequately by Mheshimiwa. The second part of the question was this. When you look at what we're referring to as the Martha effect, would you then say that it may have unlocked votes that previously could not be spoken of with regards to Raila Odinga in central Kenya, And that people who ordinarily would not have even thought of voicing their support, they were now set free and could not only voice their support, but also demonstrate their support.
Yes, sometimes good to compare and contrast. The running mate of Kenya Kwanza and the running mate of Azimio Umoja. Without, as I said, besmirching or talking ill of anyone, we want to focus on the issues. And one of the outstanding evidences that there is a mother effect is that since the declaration of mother, her schedule has been full, daily. Even yesterday, I passed through a place where more than 300 professionals were gathered through the Chamber of Commerce and Industry, and they were talking about that. They were expecting mother to be present, but she was, with a lot of short notices happening around. So, yes, many activities. Across the road here, there's a hotel called Ole Sereni. Last week, there was a big dinner organized by professionals, young professionals, female professionals, working together, the youth and women working together, and the house was full. There have been other caucuses formed for mother specific. I know of 7 already across the country. Of course, the ones I'm talking about are domiciled within Nairobi. There could be more, and you have seen more. Mother has been invited to go celebrate an anniversary of Maendeleo Wanawake in Garissa. That is not Central Kenya. So if you talk about, and she has gone to all the counties of Central Kenya. There are 5. There are 5 counties in all the Central Province: Kiambu, Nyeri, Murang'a, Nyandarua, Kirinyaga. Of course, she was announced today. Tomorrow she was in Kirinyaga. We thought she could have taken a little rest.
She didn't take a break.
She woke up in Kirinyaga the following morning. Okay? And then to Meru, to Ebu, to Tharaka. So those 5 counties, the other of East, Mount Kenya East, 3 Ebu, and the Tharaka-Nithi and Meru, those 8 counties. She has been to Laikipia. She has been to Nakuru. Mother alone. Not with the presidential candidate. Mother alone. And I can tell you, because I have been with her in a number of those counties, the people lining up across the roads where she is passing on her route, I can only equate that to the people who are lining up when Kibaki was trooping, when Kennedy Matiba came back and was trooping. And even those who are not convinced, because they are there, that Raila is their choice. You see what they are saying? Wapi mother? Okay. Now, akipita, when she's passing places, like we pass through from Kiriaini, that is in Mathioya, all the way to Keno. When you are passing some parts of Mathioya and Kagema, before you came to Murang'a town, where we had a fantastic meeting at a place called Mokoyo, the main marketplace in Murang'a town. Because I was in the area, after exiting Odhaya, now we put myself and the former MP for Teto Dongo Gedenji, we use the same car from Odhaya, and we decided to be at the rear so that we can observe what was happening. So when they are speaking almost like a kilometer away, our vehicle is at the rear end. And we could hear people talking as mother was exiting every town, and where she did not stop, because she did not stop everywhere. She stopped the designated places. The calls were like, asimame, tunataka kumuona. The mother effect is real. It is not something we are just speaking about. And it's real because people are desperate. People are frustrated. She has come to revive some hope. I think I already said that. And that embodiment of that, she's a woman leader. First and foremost, a leader of integrity, but then a woman leader, an experienced leader. And for my community, you allow me to say this. We were looking for someone who can also defend our community interest. Like every community, even the Constitution talks about the community interests, community of interest. And we didn't find anybody else who can stand up to an aggression against the Mount Kenya community and its diaspora rather than mother. So she stands out for community and for the country.
So the I mean, so a question then has crept up from many quarters then, even as you look at what many now are describing as this glorification of Martha Karua.
Yes, before you go on, he hasn't answered my question.
Oh, really?
No.
Okay, you want to ask it again?
Ask again.
My question was, Raila Odinga in central Kenya.
Yes.
Are there people, I'm rephrasing it, who one could arguably say would have been supporters of Raila and would have voted for him?
Yes.
And that...
Like myself.
Yes. Now, with the Martha entry, I was asking the question, has this now come to the fore and now they are at liberty to express the support that they've had before and which previously they couldn't openly express? That was my question.
Mother has given people the courage to speak out. Now that she is at the top, those silent individuals who would have voted for Raila Odinga, but were reluctant because of the multitude of the prevailing circumstances, and because the other camp was already campaigning. There wasn't somebody from the region, or Raila himself was not yet campaigning among the people of central Kenya, North Kenya region. The first convoy, the first caravan for Raila presidency happened within the first 24 hours of Mother being picked a running mate. So it was for the first time now people are seeing Raila for president campaign being led not by himself, by an individual from the community.
But Raila had been to Mount Kenya a number of times. He had been to Laikipia, he had been to Nyandarua, he'd been to Nyeri, he'd been to Murang'a.
He was in those, I can say this. Yeah. I already declared I'm supporting Raila. And I published my poster with Raila on December 10th, Friday, December 10th. I did not participate in any of those meetings that came thereafter because they were not publicly invited meetings. They were restricted meetings. He came to Nyeri. He had 3 meetings. The Nyeri Golf Club somewhere called Kafiroine. Then he came to Roringo meetings. They were largely restricted. Mother visit was a public meeting in every place she went, where local leaders were allowed to participate, where the local community was even given a role to come either entertain or say something and all that. So, to answer his question, is that there is a totality of Raila's support speaking out loudly now. Okay. And then, added to that, the mother effect, those who are very undecided. If you polled this country and segmented to central Kenya, you would have found a very big number, between 25 to almost 30% of voters were saying they were not certain they will vote. Okay. Undecided voters, they have swung to mother. All of them have swung to mother.
So then, is the support that we are looking at now in this glorification of Martha Karua,
yes,
is this support for Raila Odinga because he has chosen her, or is this support for Martha Karua?
The good thing about that is that we're talking about the presidency. The presidency is the current dispensation. We call it a new dispensation. Barely 10 years since 2013, first election of devolution, is inseparable.
Sure.
Okay? So there are people who are voting Raila, and they are the majority from Central Kenya because of Mother. All right? Raila's support in Central was very small. The Kabandos were very few. They were isolated. We were in the jungle. All right? And we could barely speak out. So we were only conversing in quiet, sort of. But now, add the number of the minorities who are for Raila already, with or without Mother, to now the Mother Karua effect. So yes, we are telling people, and I'll say this here, even on this national station, we are electing Mother. That's what people in Kenya are saying. Sisi tunachagua Mother. So ukiona picha, see now the elections arrangement has been changed. So kuna picha ya rais na picha ya deputy. So tunachagua Mother. Na ndio uchague Mother, lazima uchague Raila Odinga. So Martha has complemented Raila Odinga
the
in a
Raila
very
ticket.
big way.
You know, I want to come back to the issue of the president.
Yes.
All right?
Yes.
Because all along, this campaign has been that the people of Mount Kenya are feeling unhappy with the president. So there was a protest vote sort of against the president. Even when he was calling Sagana 1, Sagana 2, Sagana 3 and talking to the people, the immediate reaction would be, it's okay, whatever you're telling us, we want to hear you, we've made up our minds. And then soon after Martha Karua was declared as a running mate, it was announced that Uhuru would not actually be going out openly to campaign for Raila Odinga in Central. Is the Uhuru factor a big factor in Central?
You know, in 2013, when Uhuru was elected, we didn't talk about the Kibaki factor. Yet we know Kibaki was a great man, gentleman, brilliant economist. We didn't talk about Kibaki factor. And in fact, Kibaki was not active in the Uhuru campaign at all.
Not at all.
In fact, he didn't participate. He did not attend a single meeting. I was a senior minister at the Kibaki government.
He did not visibly participate.
Even I am from Nyeri. The first lady then was born in Nyeri. Odaya and in Mokoroine. Odaya and Mokoroine, we even share the same water company, Ombaso. I can tell you that although I was in Kibaki's cabinet, I didn't hear anyone speak about Kibaki supporting Uhuru. Kibaki kept off. And even if he gave any support, maybe it was a support of, the tacit, quiet support that nobody can give evidence that Kibaki said this, or for Uhuru, or this other for against Raila. So he embodied a non-partisan, impartial arbiter for the transition. Okay? The same scenario is likely to happen. We don't want to talk about Uhuru. Okay? Because Uhuru has done his 10 years. And Uhuru is retiring in barely 2 months.
Yeah, but there's a difference, Mheshimiwa.
I know there's a difference.
The difference here is that Uhuru has openly declared who he'd like to see succeed him.
Yes.
Number two, Uhuru has, openly had defiance coming from the region.
Yes.
When Kibaki was going home, people in Mount Kenya were not defying Kibaki, right?
Yes.
In this particular election, and we have spoken to the other leaders from the region, people are speaking against Uhuru. There are those who are happy with Uhuru, and there are those who are expressly unhappy with Uhuru.
Yes.
So there's a difference.
There's a huge difference. The politics of Mwai Kibaki, as I said, was totally different from the politics of Jomo Kenyatta and Moi. I would like to see more of a Kibaki in Uhuru's last days in the presidency.
In what sense?
In the sense of as we transit to the fifth, he has a vote. He has a vote. He has his own influence. He has a party called Jubilee. Jubilee is part of Azimio. That's a fact. But perhaps his involvement in the campaigns shouldn't be that loud, because those who have grievances against him may find consolation in protesting more. So he has his right, and we want Uhuru to support Raila Mother ticket. Anybody would want an outgoing president to endorse you and support you. And I think yesterday in his speech, I heard some parties said, we have real opportunity in this election to elect a deputy president, a woman deputy president. I don't think you need any dictionary to look for the meaning of that statement. He was simply saying, my sister mother here. Okay? And by the way, do you remember when there was a Kofi Annan talks at the Serena? The team of ODM then, which comprised people like Dr. Sally Kosgei, another very professional lady. It had William Ruto, but it was led by Musalia Mudavadi, who was Raila's running mate in 2007. The team of Mwai Kibaki, that had the late Mutula Kilonzo, senior counsel, and they had the Wetangula, senior counsel, and it had the senator from Kisii, Professor Sam Ongeri, was led by none other than Mother Karua. The others were even older in age. Maybe they had served more, even in Parliament then. But Kibaki trusted Mother Karua. Do you know what it means to be trusted by Moi Kibaki? I am a friend. Even yesterday I lunched with one of his old friends, from Madhioya. And last week, another one called Nat Kangede. I went to see him at his home. For Kibaki to engage you, talk issues openly with you, invest in you as a friend, that means to trust you. It took some caution. But Kibaki had total trust. One, in Mother, starting out for the whole of his PNU government and be the lead negotiator with Kofi Annan towards the Grand Coalition government. And again, trusted her as Minister for Justice to usher in the new constitution, 2010. So, yes, politics of Kibaki were different. Uhuru politics are different. But being in Azimio la Umoja, I would tell you that we are talking across and we within. We know who is good to do what and who shouldn't do what. Uhuru will play his part as the exit. But Uhuru is not a Kibaki. He has his own style. Yeah, everybody.
But what I'm hearing you say, Kabando,
Yes.
is that you wish President Uhuru Kenyatta takes a backseat in the campaigns.
Well, the only
that
thing
he does not openly go out to participate in the campaign caravans and campaign meetings.
I'm sure my haters and my opponents would want me to appear like I'm criticizing Uhuru so that they can say I'm fighting to go president. But yes, I did a statement last year. It can be found in the media. If you search Google, yes, I said that it would be nice if the current president doesn't take a very active role in the campaigns for his successor. Incidentally, I did that in 2012 about Kibaki. And it was carried by one of the newspapers, daily newspapers in Kenya, my statement. Kabando advises Kibaki not to pick his successor.
Why?
Because, so that people have opportunity. We don't have parties as strong as African National Congress of South Africa or the Chama Pinduzi of CCM of Tanzania. When you have a strong party machinery, you groom, you nurture, you groom, you promote, and you anchor leadership. So we could easily go to Tanzania after Ali Hassan Mwinyi as the second president who was endorsed by Nyeri, and you could find Mkapa in the ranks of CCM. You could easily find Jakaya Kikwete. He was actually bypassed. Okay? And when Jakaya Kikwete was leaving, I followed closely the campaigns. And he came to Taita Taveta to open that Taveta Arusha Road. And he was hosted by Uhuru. And he said, I know who will be the next president. My party will win. Because CCM is very established like Mashinani in every village. Now, in Kenya, PNU was a minority party. They had only 43 members of parliament. Some of us who are in PNU are from smaller parties that are affiliated after the elections. Now, when you come to the current, Jubilee has broken. It's being restructured. But I'm not running on Jubilee myself because I knew I'm going to have a difficulty. And also because I had a better choice, called Kenya, for the seat of Senate in Nyeri. And therefore, because Jubilee, the president and the deputy broke up, there is animosity, and a lot of the leaders, current leaders from Central Kenya are within the deputy president's camp, those who are serving. That's a fact that you know it. I say that it may not be healthy because the president will be meeting different machineries. It is not a system thing. It is not an institutional thing that will be passing on. It will be more seen like personal thing. So, but he has his own prerogative. He has said he has a vote. He has his influence. He has a party that he has restructured with the new leadership. And therefore, we cannot limit his democratic choice. However, in Central Kenya, it is Mother Karua.
Let's take a break. Kabando. Hey, dog with a bone.
Yes. You're not
Go
budging.
round, come back.
Yes.
Mother Karua. Let's take a break. When you come back out of this break, let's now look at the president's legacy. He is serving out his final days as president. He has said many times, just for avoidance of doubt from anybody else, that you know what, after this election, he is going by the constitution. He has served his 2 terms. He is happy. He is grateful for the opportunity. He wants to retire. He is not going to participate at the way they're saying, coming back through the back door as whatever position. But now, yesterday, he took time to speak about his legacy, what he's done, the thinking behind all the projects that we've seen this government take, the successes and the challenges that they have gone through. Let's talk about that after we take this break. CT, please tell Mheshimiwa about alternative dispute resolution with the Kenya Revenue Authority.
Yes. In the unlikely event, Mheshimiwa, that you receive a letter from KRA claiming that you owe them more money than you actually know and believe you do, therein will lie a dispute, because you'll have one position and KRA will have another. Now, KRA is telling us loudly and clearly that instead of running off to court to try and have this matter resolved therein, there are other avenues you can follow. And they have instituted a 90-day maximum period within which you can have this issue resolved with them by simply taking an issue, this particular issue, to them. You will go before an independent arbitrator, someone who will listen to your side and their side, and an amicable solution will be found. The maximum number of days it will take to resolve this maximum, meaning from day 1 to 90. So, any issue that arises, anything that you find would fall in the realm of a dispute regarding Kenya Revenue Authority, there's a simpler, easier way of resolving it, other than going to court.
Good.
8:30. Let's take this quick break. We'll be back shortly.
This is the Situation Room, the only way to start your day. Classic soul, R&B, smooth jazz, neo soul, and nostalgic ballads.
Make some noise. Yeah!
You're listening to Spice FM.
Are you looking for employment and are tired of sending job applications without any response? Gone with no response? Tarmacking is now a thing of the past thanks to Skiza. Dial star 811 star 1 star 21 hash and subscribe to a ringback tune that reflects your qualifications only for 1.5 bob a day. And your callers will know your credentials and send you opportunities they come across. Set the tone with Skiza.
Classic soul, R&B, smooth jazz, neo soul, and nostalgic ballads.
Make some noise. Yeah!
You're listening to Spice FM.
At KTN Home, we are all about the action, so you can enjoy unstoppable, unbeatable, unrivaled, unmatched movies from Hollywood. Get your popcorn ready. Tune in to KTN Home and buckle up to experience a new world of entertainment from
a bit of a shower in parts of Nairobi. We'll see highs of 24 and lows of 13 today. The sun is shining on the other side, however. Mostly sunny conditions at 15 in Nakuru, highs of 24 and lows of 14. Rain showers in Nyeri at 16, highs of 22 and lows of 13. And looking at sunny conditions at 13 in Eldoret, highs of 25 and lows of 11. It's raining in Mombasa at 26, highs of 28 and lows of 25. And we're looking at rainy conditions as well in Malindi at 26. Going to highs of 29. 28 will be the high in a sunny Kisumu, currently at 20, while at 21, Kakamega is sunny and we'll see highs of 27 and lows of 15. It's raining in Kampala at 23, with highs of 26. We'll see lows of 18, while partly sunny conditions are in Dar es Salaam at 24. We'll go to highs of 30 and lows of 23. Slightly warmer now in Johannesburg at 7, highs of 18 and lows of 4, while Lagos is mostly clear at 25. We'll see highs of 32. Highs of 32 also be realized in Kinshasa, where it's currently raining at 22.
Chilled Spice.
All right, traffic continues in most parts of the city, not too badly off this morning. Langata Road is still pretty tight, and we're looking at the CBDs where all the action is happening today, coming in through from Kiambu Road, as well as the Thika Superhighway just before the Pangani underpass is where you see the most of the action this morning. What was happening earlier on Juja Road now has been cleared up more or less. Outer Ring doesn't look too bad as you're then trying to connect from the this other part of the city through to the northern part of the city, then connecting with Thika Superhighway. That is all right. Mombasa Road, not a problem at all. In a few clicks, you'll be in the city. Looking at the eastern bypass, there you see a bit of a clog up as you go towards Kangundo Road, but you should be all right in not too long. Westland's behaving really well this morning. Let's keep up the pace, shall we, while being careful? And then let's talk on SpiceFM KE on Twitter. Text 40127.
Classic soul, R&B, smooth jazz, neo soul, and nostalgic ballads.
Make some noise. Yeah.
You're listening to Spice FM. Mature, intelligent talk every morning. Spice up yourself. Mornings done right. 94.4 Spice FM,
Kenya's
Nairobi.
biggest conversation, the Situation Room. It continues on Spice FM, on KTN Home, on YouTube, and on Facebook. It's Eric Latiff, Okoh, CT Muga. Our guest is Kabando, senatorial candidate for Nyeri County under NARC Kenya. He's been a former member of parliament. And we are talking about the legacy of President Uhuru Kenyatta. The headlines in the papers, especially in the Standard this morning, this is my legacy, right? You see, big headline there, and then it has highlights. 11,000 kilometers of roads built in the country. Says we built about 3,000 kilometers of tarmac roads in the first term. We've completed close to 8,000 kilometers in the second term. Over 6,600 are ongoing. When it comes to the economy, he says, I inherited an economy of about 3 trillion shillings. I'm living and handing over an economy of close to 13 trillion shillings. We have grown. Our country's GDP has risen. We were the 12th largest economy just 9 years ago. Today, we are the 6th largest economy in the continent. We have 13 million Kenyans connected to clean water. Although we had several false starts, we have increased the acreage of land under irrigation to 664,000. That's close to double. The number of people who have title deeds increased. The number of health facilities that are built across the country increased. The number of people registered under NHIF increased by over 400%. So very many things that he says. And he actually told us this was a strategy. And although we have achieved some, there's still some that can be achieved by the next government. When you listen to the president's speech and you heard him, just pointing out the things that have been done, could you relate with some of those things and say, yes, we've actually moved? Or were you sitting and questioning some of them?
By and large, let me give you an example of my little girl, Wambui. We were taking a drive through Gong Road when it was being done 2 years ago towards Kikuyu. And we engaged in a conversation, the way you talk with your children. Ask them what there were 3 girls in the car, my daughters. Ask them, what do you think of the president? Give me 3 things. And the first thing, the little one, who is only 13, said he has done a lot of roads. If you want to know that people like you see how their children receive you in the village. If you are driving across the villages and you see children on the road saying, oh, Kabando, hi, and all that, that is the voice from the homestead. That is from my child at that age, just talking civics, because we talked about other issues also.
Yep.
It was a statement from our classmates. And this is what they are talking about in a grade 8, standard 8 now. So infrastructure, even a child in Kenya knows that roads have been done. And they have been done in all parts of the country. So that's 0.1. If I attribute to Uhuru, that would be 0.1. The other issues that you also mentioned, those are facts. They are recorded. If you go to the Central Bureau of Statistics, Kenya's Central Bureau of Statistics, you are going to get those facts about household connectivity, water projects, the dams that have been done, the roads that have been done, the technical institute. When the deputy president is campaigning, Ruto, out there, he says, tumefanya. Actually, it is called the Uhuru presidency. The rival to Uhuru, the most bitter rival to Uhuru now is the deputy president. They are falling out. They are falling out completely. And himself, when he's going across the country, he says, in this county, in this constituency, we have done this, we have done that. So, yes, there is a marking scheme. And yes, there is a report card. And that report card that Uhuru was bringing home yesterday, which I expect also he'll give to his last address to Parliament, as is expected traditionally, has high marks, and it is good to give credit where it is due. Technical institutes, roads, connectivity, electricity, construction of dams, those are take home. They are easy. You can see them. And in the speech, I don't know whether there is anybody. Opponent will criticize, like I read a tweet from the leader of Ford Kenya, Senator Wetangula, saying that it was, he was trying to praise himself and all that. But it happens across the world. When the presidents are going out, they say what they have done.
You've got to give us scorecard.
But you can critic. You can critic. From my position, there are areas where I think even in the first term would have done better, particularly in a political harmony, in the leadership. Like now, where I come from, the people are dispersed because we do not have a center where we could congregate, where we could talk, and the route found a leakage. Okay, so he sipped water that was not meant for him. So that is on the low mark, and also the question of the youth. There are reports, and these reports are in the Ministry of Health. They have been covered by local and international media. A lot of youth are unemployed. There's joblessness. There's a lot of jobs, not just because of COVID. And if you go to shopping centers, call them marketplaces, in rural Kenya, you'll find a higher number of young people, particularly males, who are on they are mentally disturbed or they are distressed. It is because of the socio-economic situation.
Lack of opportunities.
Lack of opportunities. So those are areas where I believe Raila Odinga will improve. The Raila president. And Raila is having the courage to say, I'll do this. Yes, I am working with the outgoing president, but before I'm elected, there are areas that I'll work on.
Kabando, even as you say that, a lot of times, if you're going to correct something, it is then fundamental to look at where you went wrong. To say, this is where we slipped up, then let's watch out for this, that. What would you say during these last 9.5 years, almost 10 years now, went wrong for some of the matters that you're talking about? The economy that you've mentioned, political disharmony as well. What would you say then was the slip-up point? That we can now, the new president, whomever it will be, to look up and say, look, this is where the problem was. Let's check on 1, 2, 3.
This I've said before publicly, that Uhuru gave a lot of space to his deputy. Okay? And even in Parliament, there was a lot of mismanagement in parliamentary committees. I left attendance of the Agriculture Committee, Departmental Committee on Agriculture, Livestock and Fisheries. I did voluntarily because of things that were happening. The case of Nakuru, okay? Was supposed to be 1 million acres, the Kenya basket at the coast. But today, anybody talks about it? No, there was a lot of corruption.
So you left the committee because of that?
Because there are issues on that, and there are issues also on the Mumias sugar. A report of Parliament indicted the thieves of Mumias, who included even some elected officials in the Parliament and in some county government, but they were being protected. I appeared before EACC myself, voluntarily to go and give that report because the Committee of Agriculture was being frustrated. I was in a committee called the ACP-AU, African Caribbean Pacific European Union Joint Assembly. I was removed from that committee by forces within government. Yet I was being perceived as one of the people who are very supportive of the government and a close friend of Uhuru. So something wrong happened. And this is something that we should concede in humility, that would have done better in terms of political harmony, in terms of accepting strong opinions. Remember when there was what were called dark Mondays, every time they then called Coalition for Restoration of Democracy under Raila Odinga, they wanted some changes at the IBC. I'm the one who called the 46 members of parliament at Nairobi Safari Club one morning in order to get a bipartisan caucus, which eventually led to the Kerio Murongi Orengo Committee on Electoral Reforms, the Select Committee of Electoral Reforms of 714 total. So, but again, when we started that committee, when I called those people, immediate meeting was over. They were breaking news. Even on KTN and Standard Group, they broke the news, array of hope. That committee brought radicals from ODM. It brought extremists from the Jubilee coalition. We sat together. I shared that session at the Mawingo room of Lydian Towers, Nairobi Safari Club. But leaving that meeting, I was being summoned by parliamentary leadership and the office of the deputy president. It's a fact, but we didn't stop. We went to visit Raila the same day. We met with Angular. We went to see. I talked to the president at length in the presence of my colleagues on the phone. And thereafter we met him, and of course, virtually a meeting at State House. And when we went to the meeting at State House, everyone who was in the 11th Parliament, in the National Assembly and the Senate can remember how there was unanimity at the State House that Kabando must be a member of the Select Committee, because I was the initiator of the caucus that drove that harmony. But forces around the presidency, you can easily guess, worked against us and they defied majority voices at the State House meeting shared by the president with the deputy president present. All right? So in terms of this,
because you mentioned this and then you cleverly bring in forces being controlled by the deputy president, and then it's the president who's in charge. And
that's what I've
the
said.
Deputy president. So where does the
That's
where
what
does
I've
the buck
said.
stop?
That's what I've said. I'm leaving some room for you to interpret, and for the listeners and the viewers to decipher the code.
If you recall, Mheshimiwa began by saying the president gave his deputy a lot of leeway.
I've heard that.
Yes.
That was to me.
So is this a plus on his governance, or is it a minus on his
It's
governance?
a minus because this is what people say. We who love Uhuru and worked tirelessly in 2012 and 2013. Don't forget the meeting of nearly 60 MPs at Boulevard. Again, breaking news. In 2012, when I led a group to say we are starting with Uhuru for sovereignty and do not allow mandarins and the dark forces to impose Kibaki's successor.
So, Kabando, are you
So
saying,
the point I'm saying
it's necessary then to tighten the reins around said forces, around the president? Is that what you're saying?
And exactly why this progressive duo of Raila Odinga and Mother promises and promise. You know why? Because, listen here. Do you remember that Mother was a lead counsel against up to from High Court to Court of Appeal up to Supreme Court against BBI? Do you remember that Raila was the face of BBI with Uhuru?
Yep.
Who doesn't now know that Mother is the incoming Minister for Justice and Constitutional Affairs? The seat she left over 13 years ago, she is being given it by Raila, meaning Raila is giving his deputy job description so that she'll be occupying the office of
implementing his BBI.
No. What I know, you know who is Mother. Mother is not manipulable. Mother was never manipulated by Daniel Moi. She stood out. The only member of parliament who stood out publicly. Okay, as a young lady, newly elected. So I want to answer this and tell you, there is an office called the Executive Office of the Deputy President. It is opposite the Executive Office of the President because the Presidency is called Harambee Annex. Harambee House, President, Harambee
Annex Deputy.
Just adjacent to Parliament. That office is inactive now for the last, I think, 3 years. That office will be occupied for the first time in 3 years by Mother Karua
Let me ask this
months.
question again, because you're saying that the fact that the president gave leeway to his deputy to have influence and to run affairs, particularly in some sectors of government, including parliamentary business, it's a wrong thing. It's a negative on his part. The other day when we were eulogizing the former president, Mwai Kibaki, the fact that Mwai Kibaki allowed his ministers leeway to do their job was praised as a positive on his part.
I think there is if I understand English properly, leeway means you are given space to do.
Yes.
But I've put that in the context of job description. Okay? There is a job description in the Constitution of the deputy president, and that is to assist the president. All right? But in this scenario, there is abdication of duty. The basic duty is father of the nation and the unity of the country. Uhuru was doing with good intentions. I have sat there, and I think people have said it, and he has told us, support the deputy. Don't bring me these problems. Take them to my deputy because we are one. Which is true. So he did it with a good intention. But the other person abused that intention. Let me tell you, I have criticized Uhuru publicly. But there's something I can tell you about Uhuru. He is very trusting. Even now, he must be very careful in the next few months. In these campaigns, there are individuals that have witnessed it who are trying to misappropriate Uhuru's intentions, even for Raila Odinga. And this we will not allow them to do, because at least we are present. There are people who may even intend to misappropriate Mother Karua's goodwill, particularly in Central Kenya. We will not allow it to happen because we are present and we are conscious. So Uhuru started with intentions of empowering his deputy, even to the extent saying, after I leave office, there's a person who will leave. But mi nimekupatia kisu, ujikatie mkate, ama ujikatie nyama, alafu ende uitumie kulisha wale watoto kule mayatima na nini. Lakini hiyo kisu unaitumia kunidunga nyuma. Namna gani ndugu? Namna gani dada?
The president in his speech yesterday said, as Kenyans, we often dwell on the what and the how without asking ourselves the why. And so I answer why my administration has invested so heavily in infrastructure. Why has my administration extensively equipped and retooled our defense and security agencies and expanded the benefits enjoyed by the staff? Why has the government driven digitization in the delivery of public service while fostering grassroots location and access to the same? Why? And he talked about even debt. He said, yes, the issue of debt has been a public conversation. But he said we needed to borrow, and borrowing is actually being clever. We are using other people's money to develop our country. He gave the example of South Korea. He said these Asian tigers, they industrialized within a very short time. It's because they were being strategic, they were focused, they were committed. South Korea borrowed heavily. At some point, it was among the most indebted countries in the world.
True.
But they got the results.
You see, I remember an article by one Jim Nambaru, my friend. He was then chairman of the Nairobi Stock Exchange in 1982, when he said, after trying to contest in two constituencies on Ford Asili, he then left, said, I will concentrate in building the stock exchange as a driver for Kenya to be in the league of Southeast Asian countries. That is those are Southeastern Asia tigers. That is South Korea, you have Malaysia, you have Singapore. You know, and that is what also informed Mwai Kibaki when he formed the National Economic and Social Council, which propelled the Vision 2030 Secretariat as a driver to put Kenya as a middle-income country, where livelihoods, welfare of the people, and opportunities for young people is, and the decoration of heroes. It was very encompassing, socio-economic and political pillars. Now, the difference that we have with South Korea, you do know that there is a South Korean prime minister who was put to jail
President.
Yeah. Because of what?
Corruption.
And he's not the first one.
He's not the first one.
Those fellows like jailing their ex-presidents.
Have you seen what happened with Mahathir Mohamad? Where he put some people in trouble? You know, he's called Dr. Mahathir Mohamad of Malaysia. And he has a book called The Doctor in the House. I have read it maybe 20 times. And then you have the Singapore founder, Lee Kuan Yew. From that to fast forward in a generation. And his son is now the prime minister. You know, you bequeath even leadership goes to the family, not because of negative things, but people see something that you embody. You know, he refused even his family from staying in the state house.
Yes.
And he said, my children must live in the house that they are used to.
Yep.
The old, small house.
Where we grew up,
Where we grew up and all that. Read his book, Facts About Singapore, or that particular one, from that to fast forward. And another one that is written as autobiography, What If There Was No Lee Kuan Yew? The common thing about South Korea, Malaysia, and Singapore is episodes of punishment on corrupt individuals. One day, a minister came from overseas and was arrested at the airport. And Lee Kuan Yew said, we did that to teach other people in government that it's expensive and it's fatal. In Singapore, I've gone there twice on a visit, and I'm telling you, in Singapore, if you are caught in corruption, even if you are a member privately of clubs, sports clubs and all that, you are delisted. Even people don't want to associate with you. You know, you cannot even spit on the road in Singapore.
No, you can't.
You'll be if you are foreigner. If you are foreigner, you'll be not fined because they don't want your money as a foreigner. You'll be made to sweep that road the whole day.
Yes.
So in this scenario of Kenya, I am in total agreement with the President Uhuru that we need to embody that movement, and the foundations are there for Kenya to be like South Korea of Samsung or Singapore of the island state that is decorated with integrity. What we need to do now, and this question is escaping, and I think it is part of the headlines today, is to have a firmer blow, a sharper sword on impunity and corruption. This government has been blotted by corrupt individuals. And in fact, if I become Senator for Nyeri, and I am very confident I'm going to win on a Kenya ticket, one of the legislations I'll put is to suggest that individuals who are appointed as cabinet secretaries and principal secretaries shouldn't contest any elective office 5 years after they leave, because they are misusing their positions in the ministries to accumulate illicit wealth. That is stealing, so that they can go contest as governors, as senators, and members of parliament.
To protect that wealth.
And again, if you give yourself even a name of the projects you have done in a village, why are you appointed as a principal secretary or as a cabinet secretary to grow your village or your county? So that as a minister, remember, if you read the Kenyatta cabinet by the Kenya Yearbook, the state corporation called the Kenya Yearbook, you'll see Dr. Taita Toet. You see Otiende from Busia. You see Tomboya from Rusinga, now representing Kamukunji. Matano. Selfless individuals, Akina James Geshuru, who worked tirelessly for the nation. If I go to secondary schools in Mokorini, I've seen two. One with the signature of Dr. Taita Toet, because he came to Mukurweni as a minister those very early days. There's a village that had refused, called Thangadi in Mukurweni. Officials had refused us to open the newly constructed hospital through CDF and the economic stimuli package until our DC then, Isaac Masinde, delivered Joseph Otiende. Because the first visitor's book in the Thangadi dispensary, hospital, Joseph Otiende had come there very early, but of course, because of his current age, we could not get him. You see, a minister embodies the nation.
So it's about corruption.
It's about corruption. And if now, and I'm very happy, you tell me I'm going back to Mother? Mother has zero tolerance on corruption. and now Raila has trusted her to be the minister, cabinet secretary, in charge of the docket of governance and ethics. You see, last week when I saw John Gedongo at Serena, with the mother. I said, there's something happened. The civil society, the people in government, the communities, the women, the young girls are being inspired by a possibility. Oh, Mother Karua, Deputy President, and Raila Odinga, the crooked ones, the corrupt ones, the looters and thieves, you have reason to be very fearful. On my poster that has Mother and Raila, from my name, below my name, warrior against graft. Because I prioritize. Because even in Nyeri or Baringo, what has fallen devolution in this country is because people are being elected as governors and as senators to receive kickbacks or misappropriate public contracts to their kin so that they enrich themselves as the rest of the country is suffering. With the mother
Kabando.
as a deputy president, my friends,
things are going to be different.
They are not only going to be different, radically shifting.
Kabando, thank you very much. Well, once you become a senator, we'll hold you to account if you become senator.
Do so, please.
We'll hold you to account for all these words. Andrew Okoh, the head of delivery and secretary in the President's Delivery Unit, will be joining us in the next hour. He's arrived, and we'll be talking about Uhuru's legacy. He'll give us blow by blow what they've been able to deliver, and then we'll be questioning those ones. We'll also want your questions to him. A very good morning to you. Thank you very much for tuning in to Situation Room. It's now 9 a.m.
Spice up your life. The latest news from around the world. 94.4 Spice FM.
Good morning, Saito. President Uhuru Kenyatta is in Sweden for the 50th International Conference on the Environment in Stockholm. The president, who left the country last night, will preside over the two-day summit in collaboration with the Swedish Prime Minister Magdalena Andersson. Kenya's ambassador to the country, Diana Kiambuthi, said Kenya has been given the opportunity as it is one of the leading nations in its efforts to improve the environment. The conference will also mark the 50th anniversary of the first meeting in 1972 to discuss environmental issues. The Stockholm Plus 50 conference is held annually following a meeting of the United Nations Environment Programme and the United Nations Conference on Climate Change held in Nairobi earlier this year. Kenya and Portugal will also host this year's Maritime Conference on June 27th and July in Lisbon. Now, the dusk-to-dawn curfew imposed last month by the government has been extended for 30 days. In a Gazette notice, Interior Cabinet Secretary Fred Matiang'i said the curfew between 6 p.m. to 6 a.m. takes effect from 1st June 2022 and shall remain in force for the next 30 days. A month later, the CS said the region classified as a disturbed area is still under serious threat posed to security. Consequently, any movement to and from the area within that period must be cleared by security officials. Now, as the security situation in Kerio Valley continues to hit the headlines and lives being lost, Transparency International is now calling on the government to move with speed and restore the security in the region. Brian Kibira from Transparency International says that as a human rights body, TI is willing to partner with the government to ensure security and peace is restored in Kerio Valley.
It is barely 3 months since when armed bandits attacked a convoy of buses that led to the death of one driver and 13 students were seriously injured. And we are therefore calling upon the government to take sufficient measures to ensure that the lives of our people are protected, especially as we head towards the election season.
It says that even as security operators continue to patrol the area and offer security, human rights organizations are available to help in any way they can.
We do realize that one life lost is one life too many, and the government has a constitutional duty to protect the lives of our citizens. We therefore come together to stand in solidarity with our brothers to say that the government should protect the lives of our people, and we are willing and we are volunteering ourselves to work in consultation and in collaboration to help the government in whichever way possible to ensure that sanity and peace is restored in the region.
It says that even as the government continues providing security, they should repossess all the illegal arms aiding the violence in the region.
There is some sort of armed weaponry that is moving around that region that is facilitating all this chaos that is happening in that region. Therefore, we would, in my own opinion, I would personally advise the government to sort of reestablish its authority in the region and also reestablish the monopoly of instruments of violence, because it is when these instruments get into the wrong hands that do occasion the loss of lives and scores who are injured.
Now, the two front-runners in the August 9th presidential elections are back to the campaign trail a day after taking a break to celebrate Madaraka Day. Deputy President William Ruto, leading the Kenya Kwanza Brigade, and Azimio la Umoja flag bearer Raila Odinga joined the president Wednesday for the national holiday held at the Uhuru Gardens. The two will be campaigning in Ukambani and Nairobi in a bid to rally as many as 50+1 votes. Ahead of the polls, Ruto will be drawing support for his bid in Makueni and Machakos counties. According to his itinerary, he is scheduled to arrive in Wote to chair an economic forum. He will be in Sultan Hamoud Town, Kilome constituency, and Kola Market in Machakos town in the afternoon. In March, he was in Kitui County where he promised to sign an agreement with the local leadership elsewhere. The Azimio team will be holding a presidential rally in Vision's grounds, Mukuru Kwanjanga, and confirmed reports indicate that Wiper leader Kalonzo Musyoka, who has hinted at the possibility of rejoining Azimio, will be at rally. Our reporters are based in following these campaign trails. We will bring you the latest in our subsequent news bulletins. Now, the World Health Organization's Emergencies Director Mike Ryan has warned that outbreaks of endemic diseases such as monkeypox and Liza fever are becoming more persistent and frequent as the climate change contributes to rapidly changing weather conditions. Like drought, animals and humans are changing their food-seeking behavior. As a result, diseases that typically circulate in animals are increasingly jumping into humans. He says that unfortunately, that ability to amplify that disease and move it on without our communities is increasing. So both diseases emergence and disease amplification factors have continued to increase. The more reason why you're being urged to be careful in whatever you do, all that you eat, and remember, wear your mask because COVID-19 cases in Kenya continue to go up. This is News. I'm Dennis Oseto. Good morning.
.4 Spice FM, Nairobi.
A bit of a drizzle continues in certain parts of Nairobi, but nothing too crazy at this point. I think traffic hours coming to an early today. Early end today, having a look at what's going on the Thika Superhighway, and traffic is just about around that Pangani underpass, heading out then towards Muranga Road, but nothing too crazy. All right, also looking at traffic still on Uhuru Highway, getting out towards Haile Selassie into the CBD and then out towards Westlands. That continues to do its thing. Mombasa Road has been doing really well for the last few weeks. Hopefully we can remain just so. What's happening on Jogo Road, coming out then towards Landis and Kamkunji is where you see the most of the traffic right now. Landis Road, inbound traffic, and then out towards Kamkunji, looking a lot better on Langata Road today. Well, no, that's not entirely true. Just as you get towards the Wilson Airport, out towards the interchange at Timor, there we'll have some traffic, and it still continues to move slowly with the construction of that interchange. How about we take a look in half hour, see how things have progressed? Let's do it and talk on SpiceFM KE on Twitter. Text 40127.
This is The Situation Room, the home of hard-hitting political commentary and penetrating insights about the state of the nation. This is a talk radio experience like no other. The Situation Room, a place for hard truths, debates, and elevated conversations. The Situation Room, witty, political, engaging, deep, controversial. In the room, we have C.T. Muga, researcher, academic, seasoned political observer, a fountain of wisdom in these politically uncertain times. Ndu Okoh, Nigerian by birth, Kenyan by choice, communications expert, Pan-Africanist, a truth seeker and believer in people power, and Eric Latiff, agent provocateur, the man in the chair, seasoned journalist, news hound, a man who believes in punching up, not down. This
it is 7 minutes
the
after 9.
Situation Room,
This is the final
only
round
way
of
to
the
start
show
your day.
This morning, Kenya's biggest conversation on SpiceFM, on Facebook, on YouTube. We have our guest in the studio, Andrew Akahio from the President's Delivery Unit. Before we welcome him, let us hear the day's proverb. City?
This is our last proverb from the island of Zanzibar. The bigger the pot, the more rice will stick to it.
The bigger the pot?
Yes.
the more rice will stick to it.
The reference here is not to the rice you are accustomed, the Pishori rice, that distinguishes itself because each grain can be seen even when cooked. Now we're referring to sticky rice, the one which by its very nature will bunch 8 sticks, it sticks together.
Nowadays there are non-stick pots and pans.
Indeed.
So they say.
Non-stick pot, non-stick pan.
Yes.
Non-stick rice too.
Non-stick rice. Yeah. Andrew Akahio from the President's Delivery Unit. Good morning.
Good morning, Eric. How are you?
Very well. Thank you very much for delivering yourself to the studio. We expected you earlier, and we had even promoted and said you would be coming in at 8.
Yes.
And then we said you got held up somewhere.
Yes, I had an engagement that overshot its budgeted timelines. And I couldn't do much about it.
That is radically for you.
That is the reality.
It's the reality of things.
Yes.
The President's Delivery Unit, we have heard about it. We see communication from the President's Delivery Unit. We know there's a website. There are social media handles that, keep telling us what the government is doing. Hashtag the portal, hashtag GOK delivers, check out, our work on the portal. What does this unit do?
The President's Delivery Unit is a center function of coordinating all the entities across the government to enable seamless delivery, timely delivery of government programs and projects. Basically, what we do is, there are various reasons why projects don't get delivered. And the biggest amongst the various reasons is basically about relationships. People talking at each other rather than talking to each other. Government bureaucracies communicate a lot through letters. And a letter doing the round can take a month, while it is just easier to get the sender of the letter and the recipient of the letter into the same room, and the solution is found in 10 minutes. And that is basically what the President's Delivery does. It builds relationships amongst different players in government. Where necessary, of course, building these relationships is not always painless. So where necessary, sometimes we need to give in a push. Second thing that we also do is we have a team of highly experienced people, young, very intelligent people. And what we then also do is to propose what we would call novel solutions to everyday problems. And we are thus also seen by a lot of government entities as the go-to person for solutions. That's what I would say we do in a nutshell.
Am I hearing you say that this is sort of the one that makes the wheel, that's government, keep turning or turning faster? Is it like making the civil service deliver better?
It is one, I would not say it's a wheel. What I would actually say is that the PD is a lubricant. The wheels are there, the ministries and the other government departments. They turn on each other. But for the efficiency of movement, we know gears move better when they are well lubricated. The PDU is the all-important lubrication. And sometimes also the little energy, extra energy required to the motors to keep the gears moving faster and stronger. We basically remind people of their obligation to Kenyans, their obligations to the government, their obligations to the president. And more importantly, we remind them that they have to do it in a way that demonstrates that they want to do it.
To deliver within certain timelines as well.
True.
Those that have been declared. There's been something that we've been doing since the beginning of the year. We have been waiting for the end of March. And it still hasn't arrived. And this is because there are some things that people who work for the president have advised the president, and the president has come out now to openly state in public that some things would happen by the end of the first quarter. Number one, the lowering of power bills. First, he had announced that we'd have a 33% reduction of cost of power by December. Then on Jamhuri Day, he said 15% by the end of the month, and a further 15% by the end of the first quarter. And then there was when he went to inspect progress of the construction of the expressway in December, shortly after Christmas, he said, I have been told and I've been assured and I can see that this road will be complete and I'll be able to launch it in March. In fact, launch the section from Machakos Junction to Rironi, the Mai Mahiu Junction, and then also unveil the next project, which will be starting from Rironi going all the way to Mau Summit. So the reason we say we are not yet out of March is because, well, those things haven't happened, Andrew. So is this something that is in the calendar of PDU? Are we on the same date? Like we are, because us guys are on the 2nd of March.
All right. On my calendar, it's 2nd of June. And a lot of those things that were to be delivered have been delivered, that you have mentioned. Actually, to come here, I've used the expressway. It's open to the public. And, you know, when the president says that he will launch the road in March, it is the intention that he has declared. He has declared an intention that I will open this road in March. It is not always that the intentions are met. And that is where the PDU does come in, where we were supposed to do it in March. Why haven't we done it? What are the challenges that we are coming across? Because a lot of these things are around challenges. What are the challenges? How do we resolve those challenges? One of the challenges that we had had a significant delay on the expressway was this building where I'm in right now, because the way the building is done would have required, you know, if you remember, in the very initial design, it would have required for acquisition of the land on which this building sits in, and then it didn't seem to be feasible. So what then it called for is for a redesigning of the road. So, you know, when you give timelines, you base the timelines on certain environmental factors, and then this shifts. And when they shift, then timelines also shift. So our work is to make sure that though the timelines shift, they do not shift to such an extent that they then even stop the delivery of the project.
Okay.
So the expressway is open right now. It is in use, and I've actually used it to come here. I liked when you just said, when you're giving the traffic update, I picked out something that you said that, you know, Mombasa Road seems to be behaving. I like your choice of words. Mombasa Road seems to be behaving for the last 3 weeks. Mombasa Road is not behaving for the last 3 weeks. Mombasa Road has been made to behave. Things don't happen. They are made to happen. Mombasa Road has been made to happen, to behave for the last 3 weeks. And why is it behaving? Because the expressway has been open for the last 3 weeks or thereabouts. So there is that division of traffic between what we are calling downstairs and upstairs. And that is why Mombasa Road is behaving. So to answer your question, when the president says from wherever he is that the road is on use from Saturday, that is a launch. You know, Kenyans' perception of a launch is where you have all those glares and everything. But what we know is that launch means start using.
Okay. Can I ask you a question then, Andrew? So when there is public intention has been expressed publicly, what happens is that it births an expectation, right? Now, in the event that this expectation is not fulfilled or is not met, then you give birth to another baby, what is called frustration, right? So that happens. Maybe we can, you know, step off the expressway and then look at electricity bills, for example. When we were told that, you know, December such and such would happen, all right. March such and such would happen. You said something very interesting, that, you know, we want to deliver on the timelines. Challenges may occur, whereby, this doesn't happen. So is the PDU then mandated as well to communicate when such things don't happen? Because then now maybe you could eliminate this frustration factor if you just told people what was going on. Or is the PDU then not expected to manage the expectations of Kenyans when they hear this initial public intention being expressed?
PDU can communicate to the public, but that is not its primary remit.
Okay.
That's not its primary remit. The primary remit is to find out why isn't it happening and fix it. If you go into a hospital setting, the work of the doctor is to fix the patient. But it's not his responsibility to always say why and how he fixed the patient. There is somebody whose responsibility that would be. And I'm not shifting blame here. But for me, what would be more critical to look at is, for example, on the issue of power. Why haven't the power bills come down significantly, despite the president's intentions of having them come down? When the president spoke about the reduction of power, certain other factors also, which are beyond him, came into play. About 20% of our power is what we call thermal power. Thermal power is basically heavy fuel, heavy oil-generated power. We don't produce oil. We import oil even for power generation. And we all know what has happened to the global oil market. And that could not have been foreseen. So when the president when the president declares an intention, it is basically what we would say, all factors held constant. You understand? So that checked in. The global oil prices went completely berserk. Secondly, about 55% of our power is hydro-generated. Now, what does hydro power rely on? It relies on rains.
Yes.
We know what has been happening to our rains. If you go to Masinga Dam right now, which is the biggest reservoir for our power production, it's suffering. So now these factors come into play. Now, you can't quite go and say, no, we won't reduce the power now, because you may say we won't reduce, and then tomorrow the global oil prices stabilize. And a lot of the issues then are also slightly beyond your control. We don't have control over the rains. So the best we can do is hope. A lot of the delivery that is also done is based on history. Historically, at this time of the year, the dams should be full. And when the president said that we will reduce by the end of March, it's because we knew at that time the dams would definitely be full, and we can be able to wean off from the thermal power and wean into and move more into the hydro. So it's about the power, the energy mix. So I will not be quick to condemn the president. No, he declared his intention. Then factors came beyond as to how effective we may be in communicating this to Kenyans so that then we still birth frustrations. Then maybe we may not have scored an A there. But I also don't believe that we scored a C.
No?
And that's why I'm here this morning. Yes. Yeah.
If the discussion takes this tangent of blame apportioning, then I think we will have missed the point completely. Because it isn't blame, really. It is the question of whether communication to the public ought to involve details such as the one that we're discussing now, because now this is in the public domain. And it is a very easy and simple thing to understand. This is how we get our power, and this is what we rely on, and this is what has happened. Anyone who lives in this country knows that what you're saying is absolutely true. Where we sometimes raise our questions is when something as simple and as straightforward as that is not communicated in a timely fashion. So, is it policy not to communicate when things aren't going the way you said it and leave it to the vagaries of the public to determine what they think is happening and then raise doubts and questions? Or is it simpler and easier to say, folks, this is what we said. This is what we're experiencing. And because of this, this is what is happening. So you have an informed public. Whatever else is said thereafter, it cannot be said that you didn't explain your position.
City, I'm very happy. I'm very happy when the issue that you're raising is that you have done but you haven't said. I would be very concerned if the conversation that we are having right now is that you haven't done. You know.
Well, there's that too, Andrew.
No, well, unless you're shifting. I mean,
you haven't done. And
Eric, City has just told me I've done well. I have done, but come on, guys. Yeah.
Actually,
so in this, the conversation as to whether we are very effective in saying when we are doing well, or saying when we are not doing too well, is a living conversation, is a real conversation. And I believe that we could do better. We could do better in communicating. We could do better in our relationship with citizens. I mean, it is one of the things that the President Kenyatta has been very categorical with their public servants. When members of the public demand for information from you or ask questions, answer them. You're duty bound to answer them. But I mean, and if it goes in the process of you answering them, it goes south, go back and answer again and again and again and again. He doesn't shy off answering questions when they are asked to him, as long as it is constructive. As long as it is constructive, because there are times you also know that it can be quite, it can be derailing and it can be energy sapping. But like on this issue of power, I have just answered you on the spot when you asked. So sometimes it is also about the asking. I mean,
it may not be your mandate, as you correctly put it, but your job is to fix it. There are people whose job it is to do the very thing that is under discussion. Now, this is a topic that we visit time and time again in this studio. And it isn't just with the issue of power or the expressway. It's the issue of generally what the government does. You know, we talk about public participation. What it does, it builds everything you're saying, relationships. When the government speaks to its people, the people feel we are being spoken to. And so they move along with you. When there is silence, you've actually interfered with that relationship, or you haven't built it to the level that it could be. Now, that is where now the issues we deal with come in, the issues of trust or mistrust. Not because something wasn't done, but it's because the information wasn't put forth for people to consume. So the moment you leave us to make up our own minds and decide what is happening, then you have a problem, which in and of itself is a creation of the person who ought to have been informing us.
Well, as you have correctly put it, my job is to fix it. Now I know there's a problem. It shall be fixed.
Good. And we shall hold you accountable because you have said so.
It shall be fixed.
Andrew, I'd like to engage you a bit further on this power issue, but I'll let it pass for now. Yesterday, the president spent the occasion of Madaraka Day to look back at his tenure over the last 9 years. He said, since that moment when you gave me the mandate to be your president, there's a lot that we have done. And he went ahead now to list the things that he has done. And he said, let's not even focus on the what and the how. Let me tell you the why. The reason behind the things that we've done and how we've done them. He talked about why have we invested so heavily on infrastructure? Why have we invested so much on connectivity, power connectivity, internet connectivity? Why have we invested so much on conversations around healthcare? Why did I pick 4 issues and make them the big and say this is the big 4 agenda? Why? Now, looking back, he started listing the number of things that he's done. Of course, if I asked you to start listing the things that President Uhuru Kenyatta's administration 1 and 2 has done, we will be here until midday. Okay?
Or longer.
Or longer. There are many.
9 years in 1 hour. 9 years will take 9 years.
A lot to compress. However, let's look at the reason why he said we have invested so heavily on infrastructure. Let's focus on the why. Give us again. Why? Why such a heavy investment on infrastructure?
These are called big push investments. If you look at what we have achieved in infrastructure, and primarily on roads, President Kenyatta has done in 9 years more roads that have been done since the existence of the Republic of Kenya. Not even the country called Kenya or the space called Kenya, including the colonial period, which spans probably 120 years or something like that. He has done more roads in 9 years than has been done by the previous 3 administrations put together. And
4.
4, you're right.
Including the
colonial one, yes. And maybe 5, including the pre-colonial one.
Yes.
It's because every other thing that you will do for development in this country has to be bedrocked on infrastructure. Whatever other social or soft investments that you would need to do would be based on a foundation of infrastructure. And what he did is that he realized that it would have to be a very heavy push. And he realized that for this to be done, it can only be done by a leader who, in addition to a lot of other things, also has the audacity. And he believed that he is that leader who has that audacity to say that I am going to do so much on infrastructure if it is the only thing that I will be remembered for. If you're going to try and invest in agriculture, you are not going to be able to move produce from farms if you do not have the infrastructure. If you're going to try and invest in education, and I'm not saying that we have not invested in this, we have also very heavily invested in them, especially on the physical aspects of them. But it would be the ability for people to fend for themselves is primarily based on the ability of those people to move from where they are to where the opportunities are. And that requires infrastructure. Because basically, how you develop a nation is by enabling its citizens to develop themselves. You understand? It's about the citizens developing themselves. And therefore, you look, what are the 3 things that these citizens need to be able to develop, or 4 things that they need to be able to develop themselves? 1, they need to be in a safe and secure environment. Number 2, they need to be healthy citizens. Number 3, they need to be knowledgeable citizens. And then number 4, they need to move from where they are to where the opportunities are. And that basically informed the need for investment in heavy investment in infrastructure.
It seems like the focus was more on the mobility of the citizens, the roads. Yes, we even say here. So yes, when you talk about 11,000 kilometers, we have driven around the country. We've seen the roads. 11,000 kilometers. I haven't done the mileage itself, but I have driven around the country. I've seen the roads. We've seen the rail. We've seen the ports. We know the port in Lamu, the port in Mombasa, the fishing dock in Shimanzi. We've seen the ports. We've seen the dams. Some are there, some are not there, but we've seen, right? There's a dam in Kirinyaga, there's a dam in Makueni that are now coming online. However, the safety and the healthy and the knowledge of the citizens, how have you addressed those? Like you said, safe, healthy, knowledgeable, able to move.
Now, starting off with the safety, when President Kenyatta came in, the biggest threat to investment and existence in our country then was terrorism. And the government has invested very, very heavily in the war against terrorism. We have employed more people, we have trained them better, we have modernized the equipment, we have built relationships with international intelligence organizations, and these things are very expensive. The investment sometimes cannot be enumerated in Kenya shillings, but it can be seen in the outcomes. The last time we had a terrorist, before that, the word terrorism is not on the mind of Kenyans now. It's not right on the lips to speak, because it is really not an existing problem. The threat is still there, but it has been subdued and neutralized, because there has been very heavy investment in that. So that was largely on the external side of security and safety. But internally, the biggest threat to security and safety is the political environment, the stability of the political environment. And this is what informed the handshake between Uhuru Kenyatta and Raila Odinga. The handshake was premised on President Uhuru Kenyatta's desire to provide a safe and secure environment for Kenyans to develop themselves. Externally, it is about terrorism and those other aggressions. Internally, the biggest threat is not even the crimes that we have in Kenya. Really, when you compare it with other developing nations that we have, it's not a big deal. If you leave this studio at 10:30 city, you're almost like 100% guaranteed you'll get home. You understand? If your children leave your house in the morning and they're going to school, you almost have 100% guarantee that they will come home in the evening for dinner. Those small things that people take for granted is probably what we would call the criminal deterrence of the criminal elements of security. But the real threat to security in Kenya is the political environment. And we know that generally the political environment in Kenya can get extremely toxic. And President Kenyatta has been very categorical. People. Stop getting into politics now. Let us focus on work. Let us focus on work. Let us not start creating a toxic environment, because it is scarce investments. It is scarce. It reduces opportunities for our people. Right now, we are completely in that political season. He told us, wait, the political season will come. It has come now.
We are there now.
We are right bang in it right now. But what I can also tell you is that right now, there's something very different when we look at when we talk to our banking sector. They're telling us that unlike historical times, when 2-3 months before elections, lending takes a complete dip. It's not. It hasn't done so right now, because previously there was always the question: how peaceful will the elections be? How peaceful will the outcomes be thereafter? And people hold their investments. Right now, people are actually continuing to borrow and invest. Why? There is almost this feeling amongst Kenyans that for the first time, these elections will actually just come and go. It doesn't matter who gets there. But somebody will have, there will be losers, there will be winners, but they will come and go. And it is unlikely to turn chaotic. It is unlikely, and I can assure you, we have invested so heavily on the election security environment. We do not expect any violence. That is his investment in safety. His investment in knowledge.
Knowledge and health, you'll tell us after we take this quick break. It's 23 minutes to 10. It's Kenya's biggest conversation. Andrew Wakahio is the head of delivery and the secretary at the President's Delivery Unit. We are talking about President Uhuru Kenyatta's 9 years in office, what his achievements have been, what is his legacy as he exits the stage. We're taking a quick break, take a look at the weather, traffic and business news. Good morning.
This is the Situation Room, the only way to start your day. Classic soul, R&B, smooth jazz, neo soul, and nostalgic ballads.
Make some noise. Yeah.
You're listening to Spice FM.
Feel the roar! KCB is bringing you the World Rally Championship on the 23rd to the 26th of June this year. Tune in to Jimmy Gatho Live to find out more about it and how KCB has made it possible for you to enjoy all the action. KCB, go ahead.
Are you looking for employment and are tired of sending job applications without any response? Gone with no response? Tarmacking is now a thing of the past thanks to Skiza. Dial star 811 star 1 star 21 hash and subscribe to a ringback tune that reflects your qualifications only for 1.5 bob a day. And your callers will know your credentials and send you opportunities they come across. Set the tone with Skiza.
Business News with Spice FM.
I'm Dennis Aseto. The insurance regulator is urging you to desist from making fraudulent insurance claims as the practice is hurting the economy, keeping premiums high and slowing down claim settlement pace. The regulator indicated that the malpractices that included false motor accident claims, stealing by agents, conspiracy to defraud and fraudulent motor theft claims were inflating insurance premiums in Kenya by up to 25%. Players in the sector have been decrying huge losses associated with fake claims, especially in general insurance. And several infrastructure development projects are taking shape in Mombasa at unparalleled speed and are set to enhance its image as the gateway to East and Central Africa and as a tourism hub. The ongoing construction and upgrade of infrastructure projects worth billions of shillings by the national government is aimed at facilitating transportation of goods and passengers and boost the coastal city's economy. Among the top mega projects under development stretching across the seaside city include the 16 billion shillings 3-decker Changamwe interchange, the 4.5 billion shillings Makupa Bridge, and the 22 billion shillings Dongo Kundu bypass, also known as the Mombasa Southern Bypass. And electricity generating company Kengen is seeking to lower cost of sales and bulk electricity purchases made by Kenya Power. The company has subsequently issued an international tender intended to source a consultant firm to review its cost of generation, competitiveness, and determine any other areas of improvement. Notes by the company in the tender offer implies Kengen could be
classic soul, R&B, smooth jazz, neo soul, and nostalgic ballads.
Some noise. Yeah.
You're
The sun is
listening
coming
to
out in Nairobi,
Spice.
17 degrees. We'll see highs of 24 and lows of 14, and it's mostly sunny at 17. In Nakuru, highs of 24 and lows of 14 as well. 22 will be the high in Nyeri, where rain showers continue at 16, coming down to lows of 13. And Eldoret will be sunny through most of today. 15 degrees, highs of 25 and lows of 11. The rain continues in Mombasa at 25, highs of 28 and lows of 24. 24 is what it is in Malindi this morning with rain showers, highs of 29. 22 degrees and sunny in Kisumu, going to highs of 29 and lows of 18, while Kakamega is sunny at 22. It'll go to highs of 27 and lows of 15. Kampala is sunny at 24, highs of 26 and lows of 18, while Dar es Salaam mostly sunny at 25. We'll see highs of 30 and lows of 23. 11 degrees and sunny in Johannesburg, 18 will be the high and lows of 4, and it's mostly sunny at 26 in Lagos, highs of 32 and lows of 25. Now is when the rain showers checking into Kinshasa at 23. We'll see highs of 31. Let's get out into Beijing, where it's a really warm Thursday afternoon, 35 degrees. We'll see highs of 36 and lows of 19. Paris is sunny at 14, highs of 25 and lows of 11. And it's 12 degrees and sunny in London. We'll see highs of 19 and lows of 10. And we'll round things out in New York, where it's 17 degrees and cloudy. Wednesday night, coming into Thursday, we'll see highs of 28 and lows of 17.
Spice up your life.
All right, in terms of time, we're out of traffic hour, and we'll see that most routes looking all right this morning. Langata Road, as you get towards the interchange, much better now. Just a little bit of traffic as you get to the mouth of that. The CBD is where you see most of the action this morning. Coming off Thika Superhighway, much better, but we're looking at that Globe Cinema overpass just past the Pangani underpass as well. Some traffic there, but for most of it, it's over for this morning. Likely to pick up later. Let's talk through the day on SpiceFM KE on Twitter. Text 40127.
.5 Spice FM, Kisumu. Mature, intelligent talk every morning. Spice up yourself. Mornings done right.
It's a quarter to 10. This conversation continues. Andrew Akahio from the President's Delivery Unit. He's the head of delivery and secretary. The PDU is here with us in the studio. We're talking about President Uhuru Kenyatta's legacy. I know CT has a couple of questions for you and Ndu as well, some follow-up questions. You wanted to complete the issue of the two other. So you say President Kenyatta understands that you need to have safe people, healthy people, knowledgeable people, and people who are able to move freely. Movement, roads, infrastructure, we've seen. Safety, you've told us about the heavy investment on security. Health, I'm going to preempt you. 43% constructed an additional 1,900 healthcare facilities across the country. A 43% increase in the number of public health facilities. NHIF reforms in NHIF law. NHIF reforms in the number of people who are now subscribing to NHIF, rolling out, albeit slowly, of the universal health coverage. Talk about knowledge.
Late President Kibaki, in his tenure, introduced free primary education. What President Uhuru Kenyatta introduced was subsidized secondary education and continued with the free primary education. But the biggest transformation in the knowledge sector by President Kenyatta was the development of technical and vocational institutions. Because there was a very big population of Kenyan children who, after school, actually ended up nowhere without any skills. Because it is either you went to the university, you went and became a teacher or a nurse, or you became a nobody. And we have invested very, very heavily in the TVET sector, where we are saying that even if you did not pass your secondary school, or even if you did not proceed to secondary school, come and acquire a skill formally that will enable you fend for yourself, develop yourself. That has been a game changer. The second game changer has been in the knowledge sector, has been the secondary school transition. This year we have achieved 98%. Last year we did 99%. That means that the children who finish primary school transition to secondary school. When President Kenyatta took over, the transition into secondary school was less than 54%. Believe it or not, 54%, 46% of children who did class 8, their education ended there. And it had not hit that this is actually a very big problem. But when he came in and he saw that this is a problem, and then what he did is that before we started moving into the 100% transition, we first did heavy investment in secondary schools through what we call the school capitation program. And the government gives schools a certain amount of money per year for every child who is there. And it is well divided. That this is for building laboratories, this is for buying school buses, this is for building dormitories. So we expanded almost eightfold the capacity of our secondary schools between 2013 and 2017. 17 thereabout.
And this is expanding existing capacity within the
Both
existing
existing
facilities.
capacities, building new institutions. Basically, that was it. Either expanding the existing institutions. In 1990, in the year 2013, Alliance High School, dare I say where I went, Alliance High School, their Form 1 intake the annual intake in around 2013-2014 was about 200 students. Last year, or actually this year, when the admission was being done, they have admitted 700 students. That is 3 times what they have been doing in the past, because the government has built new dormitories, new classrooms. So once we made these investments in capitation for the secondary schools, then now we immediately swung into action on the 100% transition. So it became actually, and how we did it is, we put the responsibility on the chiefs. If there's a child who has done class 8 in your location and they have not gone to secondary school, you get sacked. Indeed, chiefs lost their jobs and sub-chiefs lost their jobs because children didn't go to school. And therefore, you can imagine a chief going out to the villages at night and saying, in this primary school, there was a child called so-and-so. The headmaster has told me that they were in this school, and you are the father. Where is this child? Have they been admitted to school? Yes. Have they gone? And that is how we were able to achieve the 100% transition. If you remember, in 2018, all cabinet secretaries, all principal secretaries, all senior government officials were sent out. All of you for 1 week, none of you should be in your offices in Nairobi, and I want you to give me a report. These are the counties you have been given. I want you to give, the president now is telling them, I want you to give me a daily report. How many children in that county have not gone to Form 1, and where are they? They must be accounted for. We had some girls who are not attending because, you know, what normally happens after primary school. A lot of girls, our girls were also getting pregnant. And it became government policy. No, being pregnant does not mean being stupid. You go to school. You're not a failure because you got pregnant. You are going to secondary school. Deliver your baby and go to school. And you know, it is a minister's job. It's a PS's job. I went to Nyeri County, and I had to go looking for people in their villages. Go to school, go to school, go to school. So that transition into secondary school has made a big difference in this country. And the investment in the TVETs has made a big difference in this country. The other third heavy investment we have made in education is through the Higher Education Loans Board. If you notice, a lot of President Uhuru Kenyatta's investments have been very strategic. Instead of going to expand the universities, what he did is he expanded the Higher Education Loans Board environment. So that now, even children who are not in public universities are able to access government loans to pay for their education. Even children who are in polytechnics qualify for help. Those who are in TVETs, the technical and vocation institutions, don't pay. It's free of charge. Because you may have all this infrastructure, but then people are not able to afford the education.
Sure.
So he focused heavily on both on the infrastructure, but also on the affordability. And that is, those three, I would say, have been the game changers in the knowledge of our citizens.
I'm interested to know, Andrew, the monstrosity that is government that has to then deal with the delivery of some of these things, whether they be pronouncements of the president or whether they be things that come about as a result of consultation, active consultation across board. Say, look, these are the things I want to focus on, and says we're going to do 1, 2, 3. Or, you know, the technocrats come together and say, these are then what we should focus on, then you can then go ahead and say, deliver. Government being so big in its operation, how then do you coordinate between what has been said and agreed upon that needs to be done and then bringing everybody to account? You see this way you talked about going and dealing with the chiefs and the ngaos and making sure everybody goes to school. How then do you make sure that within a thread, in terms of performance, these things are actually done and delivered?
Governance. Governance, governance, governance. Sometimes there are things that you call master strokes or strokes of genius. In 2018, when he was starting his second term, in what I would call a stroke of genius, President Kenyatta issued Executive Order Number 1 of 2019 that created implementation committees and it redefined the implementation framework of this country. So there is this committee that comprises of all cabinet ministers that meets every Tuesday. Every Tuesday is chaired by Dr. Fred Matiang'i. And every Thursday, there is a committee comprising of all principal secretaries that is chaired by the PS Interior, Dr. Karanja Kibicho. Every Wednesday, in every region, Kenya has 8 regions: Coast, Northeastern, Eastern, Central, Nairobi, Rift Valley, Western, and Nyanza. In every region, we have what the head of a region is called the regional commissioner. Every Wednesday, the regional commissioner has a meeting with all government employees, senior government employees in his region. Every Friday, the county commissioner has a meeting with all senior government officials in his county. And the agenda is just one: development projects. So what used to happen and where things used to fall through the cracks is that a contractor who is doing a road somewhere in Kibwezi, he's only answerable to the resident engineer, and the resident engineer is based in Nairobi. So he knows this engineer is going to take 3 months before he comes here.
Coming to do the inspection.
Yes.
And he'll tell me when he's coming.
Yes. But now, this contractor is actually being held to account by a very different infrastructure. There is a DC, a deputy county commissioner, who is the DC of where the road is being done. And he's one who has been told, when the road is launched, he is given the Gantt chart for this road. So we want you to be reporting every Friday to the county commissioner on this road. And the county commissioner every Wednesday goes to report to the regional team on what is happening. And then every Thursday, the regional teams come and report to the committee of PSs. Now, because all the PSs are in one room, and the regional commissioner comes and says that, this road is stuck because Kenya Power, there are some poles they are supposed to move, and they haven't moved them. Then the PS for Energy is there. Calls the MD of Kenya Power on the spot. Can you send some people to Kibwezi to go and look at this road? And by tomorrow morning, I want you to send me photos showing that those power posts have been removed. And they get removed. Now, that stroke of that coordination framework is what has made President Kenyatta be able to deliver what he has delivered.
If you were to assess it, that master stroke, how much has it delivered percentage-wise?
Okay. Let me first give it to you in absolute numbers. The number of projects that the committee of PSs have gotten that were stuck, that they have now unstuck, were 2,904. 2,900 projects whose value was probably, I think, about 1.2 trillion that were stuck.
In 2018?
Yes. Those that they are not able to deal with, they escalate to the cabinet. And cabinet has dealt with 1,300 and something projects. So what gets to the president for his decision are probably maybe like 60, 30, 20, 15% or thereabout, maybe 15%. But then also, President Kenyatta is a slightly different entity because he is a project manager in most of these projects. This expressway here, we had meetings with him every Saturday. From the day it was launched, as long as he's in the country, everybody who is involved in delivery of this, we go to State House and we say, where are we? Where are you stuck? or no, Treasury has delayed in this, giving this approval, giving. Waziri Treasury, are you here? Yes. Which letter is required? This, why hasn't it been done? Because the AG has not given some. AG, where are you? Yeah. When are you giving that clearance? It will be done in the next 30 minutes. Okay. So, Nyinyi wote, none of you, I'm leaving. I'm going out for a meeting somewhere. I'll be back in another 1 hour. So, you all sit here. By the time I come back, wewe ukuwa umeandika hiyo barua, wewe ukuwa ume-receive, wewe ukuwa ume-act, and the clearance imepatiano. Sawa? Yes. 1 hour later, you are sending him on WhatsApp. Clearance gotten.
Okay.
Contractor
now,
is happy.
Andrew, this is fantastic to hear these things that can happen like this. So I think the question then becomes, if such things can happen with such speed and alacrity and coordination, can it not be then replicated across board to other things, such as what we started this conversation with in the very beginning?
It has been done. It has been done. From where I sit, it has been done successfully. You know, when I listen to Kenyans out there, I've not had anyone having any doubt that President Kenyatta has delivered on his mandate. In fact, the conversation from our pundits, because they realize that this development conversation cannot be on the table. We are not winning this one. Now they had to look for other ways of bringing other conversations. Or you did it at a heavy price, you borrowed, or you threw some of us out, you know, that kind of a thing. To shift those conversations. You know, you did it, but it is only for the benefit of a few. I've had people saying, fine, umejenga barabara, but hatutakula. Tutakula barabara. And you can tell this fellow who is saying that, or if someone says, mi sina gari, hata hii barabara hainisaidi. And I met a fellow like that, and I asked him, but do you have a wife? Yes. Akona mtoi. I have 3 children. How old is the last one? Is 2 years. When were they born? Where were they born? They were born in Kenyatta. How did they go to Kenyatta? How did your wife go to Kenyatta, and how did they? Walienda na matatu. So on which road did that matatu go? We were discussing that Kenyatta Hospital, Mbagathi Loop Road. And they were like, how? Now, the conversation has always now, in terms of development, has been answered. You know, I can see you trying to look for questions to ask on development. They're not there.
Very many questions. However, we've run out of time. What we'd like to do, Andrew, is now here publicly. We want to invite you again. Come back so that we actually now continue looking into the 9 years of President Uhuru Kenyatta as he exits office. It's important that we have this communication, like you've said, for people to understand what has been done, why it has been done, how the benefits will be realized. There are people who are not seeing the direct benefits. We need to start seeing the direct benefits. And I think it's important that we continue having these conversations.
Anytime you invite me, I'm available.
Anytime, eh?
Anytime.
Okay.
Please go back, talk to the Deputy County Commissioner, wherever he's concerned, and the County Commissioner, and then the Regional Commissioner for Nairobi. Ngong Road, from Junction to Karen. It's a death trap.
Oh, yes. Actually, as you noticed, for the last 3 weeks, Kura has been on site. You know, there were all those places where there were those U-turns.
Yes.
Because the death traps were actually on the U-turns. If you notice, they have really, they're on site even now as we speak. On the U-turns, on the street furniture, and on the street lighting. Those are already ongoing on Ngong Road. The outcry was there. I have used that road before. My wife has been a victim on that road, believe you me. So I know that the contractor is right now on site to fix the street furniture, the U-turns, and the street lighting on Ngong Road.
Okay.
I don't need to talk to the RC. It is already on site.
Okay. It's a minute after 10. Thank you very much for tuning in to Kenya's biggest conversation. We'll be back tomorrow morning.
Mature, intelligent talk every morning. Spice up yourself.
there is some sort of armed weaponry that is moving around that region that is facilitating all this chaos that is happening in that region. Therefore, we would, in my own opinion, I would personally advise the government to sort of re-establish its authority in the region and also re-establish the monopoly of instruments of violence, because it is when these instruments get into the wrong hands that do occasion the loss of lives and scores who are injured.
Detectives based in Nakuru's Bondeni police station are holding a man who killed his brother following a family feud. Abdul Irungu Jaffa and Rashid Kimani Karanja were engaged in a heated argument before Jaffa reached for a knife and stabbed his younger brother in the abdomen before he fled from home. The 37-year-old brother, who had tried to separate them in vain, rushed his injured kin to hospital where he was admitted in serious condition. When their mother learned of what had transpired, she tried all she could to have the matter resolved by the family, but unfortunately, her injured son passed away Wednesday night while undergoing treatment. A manhunt for the suspect was launched, leading to the arrest of the 28-year-old man, who will now face murder charges. The two frontrunners in the August 9th presidential election are back on the campaign trail a day after taking a break to celebrate Madaraka Day. Deputy President William Ruto, leading the Kenya Kwanza Brigade, and Azimio la Umoja flag bearer Raila Odinga joined Kenyans yesterday for the national holiday held at Uhuru Gardens. The two will be campaigning in Ukambani and Nairobi in a bid to rally as many as 50+1 votes ahead of the polls. Ruto will be drumming support for his bid in Makueni and Machakos counties. He will be in Sultan Hamud Town, Kilome constituency, and Kola Market in Machakos Town in the afternoon. In March, he was in Kitui County, where he said he promised to sign an agreement with the local leadership. Elsewhere, the Azimio team will be holding a presidential rally in Visions Grounds, Mukuru Kwanjenga, and confirmed reports indicate that Wiper leader Kalonzo Musyoka, who has hinted at the possibility of rejoining Azimio, will be at the rally. And more than 30 registered voters have moved to court to block the Independent Electoral Boundaries Commission from gazetting the list of presidential candidates, describing the process as flawed. In their suit, the petitioners faulted the verification of 2,000 signatures from the 24 counties submitted by presidential candidates in the absence of the final voters register to be gazetted on June 9th. The petitioners have listed the Attorney General and IEBC as the first respondent and second respondent respectively. IEBC Chair Wafula Chebukati had mentioned that the voters register was undergoing audit by the KPMG and would be gazetted on June 9th of the eligible voters who will participate in the August 9 polls. And Nakuru Governor Lee Kinyanjui has received the support of some of Kenya Kwanza coalition politicians in his bid to defend the seat. Bahati MP Kimani Ngujiri and close ally of UDA party flag bearer William Ruto and Daniel Kimani, a candidate for the Ford Kenya party ticket, said Kinyanjui was the right candidate for the county. They were speaking at Bahati during the August 9th elections. This is Newswire. I'm Dennis Assetto. Good morning.